Well, that was unfortunate. We were about to see who Purdue was going to face next, and then my entire computer crashed. The trackpad froze, and I had no other choice than to restart my computer and exit the stream. But this is part 2. We will be finishing this today. It is 7:49 as we start this thing. We have 72 episodes left. So if we multiply that, or 71 episodes left, so 71 times 6. 7 more hours. Okay. We can do that. We were at about the halfway point anyway. We're just going to keep pushing forward. Purdue has been selected by the wheel. So now we're going to spin the arrow to see who they're going to face. It's going to be Northwest. That's absolutely Notre Dame. So this is the matchup they were avoiding earlier. And now the sort of wheel gods have given it to us. So let's set it up. Purdue versus Notre Dame. Lord almighty. I also got a little bit more food in my system while I was waiting for, while I was like setting everything back up just to get some time to myself a little bit after almost 7 consecutive hours of streaming and 7 more hours to go. Notre Dame is going to be at home for this one. We're going back to Notre Dame Stadium, also known as the Touchdown Jesus Zone. And here is Purdue. This should be a victory for Notre Dame, but might not be. We're going to set this up. The Shillelagh. Trophy or something. Shillelagh. I don't know how it's pronounced. We're about to hit 8 p.m. We're going to have this last one be a 6 p.m. kickoff. 72 teams left. We're getting down to the top 71. We're almost to the halfway point of this tournament. We are back and we are live. I'm going to have to send this new link over to one person who's consistently watching. Let me do that real quick. There we go. All right, let's jump into this. Notre Dame versus Purdue. Let's see if the Boilermakers can come up with a shocking upset. 10-0 Notre Dame early. Looks like they're in full control once again. 17-0, 17-3, 17-10. Purdue come back. They've tied the game. Notre Dame retakes the lead, 31-17. Can Purdue find any more magic here? No. So Notre Dame survives. They take down Purdue. There's only 2 teams left in the state of Indiana. Riley Leonard and company, the runners-up in the real-life national championship, finish the job here. 405. 5 touchdowns. Jeez. 31-17 is the final score. We're going to double-check those stat lines real quick. Yeah, 4 passing touchdowns. Good for him. And Purdue will be eliminated in their second game of the tournament. And Hudson Card, 310 passing yards. 606. 5 touchdowns for him. Loss. Game. 31-17. There we go. So that's the end for that. Hop over here and go back over to the map as we just keep advancing forward, trying to finish out this tournament. What? Why? Oh, it says one wrong way. There we go. Purdue is gone. Go to the brush tool. This. we are going to get rid of this logo and replace it with the other Notre Dame logo real quick. There we go. Notre Dame now has their regular logo back. Yeah, that'll work. So now we are going to eliminate Purdue from the wheel. There they are. Shuffle it up and get going. 71 teams left. Let's get down to the top 70 right here and right now. Next team that's going to play is Eastern Michigan. Nope, it's going to be Virginia Tech. And I don't have to worry about that anymore because Maryland's not even there. It's probably going to be James Madison again. Spin this arrow and find out what our next game is going to be. It's going to be Virginia Tech against Southwest from the center of the logo. I think that's Wake Forest, but it just might be Appalachian State. Let's do a double check here. Pop this out. Bring that down here. That has to be Wake Forest. It's just... We'll check this one more time. Yeah, it's Wake Forest. It's going to be an ACC battle here as Virginia Tech delves into North Carolina territory to take on the Demon Deacons of Wake Forest. They're going to get a home game, which should give them a significant advantage against Virginia Tech, and they're going to need it because the Hokies are very, very good. And have we passed 8 o'clock yet? We have not. So we're going to do one more game at 6 p.m. Here we go. One last ACC showdown before we go into night games for the remainder of this tournament. Except for the Rose Bowl, because that has to be during the day. There's the Demon Deacon on his beautiful motorcycle, getting ready to lead Wake Forest out onto the field for this tightly contested battle against one of their deepest rivals, the Virginia Tech Hokies. Okay. Let's sim through and see if Wake Forest can survive. They do go up 7-0. 7-7 now. 10-7. Virginia Tech going blow for blow with them. 17-10. Can Wake Forest respond now? Yes, they can. It's 17-17 at halftime. 20-17. Virginia Tech takes the lead 24-20. Can Wake Forest get the touchdown there? No. It's just barely short. And Virginia Tech is able to get the win 24-20. Let's take a look at the stats here. Kyron Jones with 248 passing yards and 3 touchdowns in the day. Wake Forest will move no further in this tournament, getting eliminated right after Purdue. Nick Bachmeier throwing for 305 yards and 2 touchdowns. A good game, but not enough. We keep on going. Let's go to the map here and give Wake Forest territory to Virginia Tech. We go. Virginia Tech has a slightly larger territory now, and we're going to eliminate Wake Forest from the wheel. We are down to our top 70, just 3 games away from the halfway point. Let's muscle our way through them. Next team is going to be Louisiana Tech. Should be a pretty quick game here. Let's see who Bulldogs will face here. That's going to be Southwest for La Tech. Putting them right in the crosshairs of the Houston Cougars, who are looking to win their 3rd game of this tournament. Let's get it set up. Louisiana Tech, not as good as Houston, but it should be a relatively close game. And now we are past 8 p.m. So that's going to be an 8 p.m. kickoff. Let's do it. Here in Houston, Texas, one of the largest cities in the United States, is the Cougars, relatively new to the Big 12. They'll try and secure their spot in the top 69. Nice. Yep, here are the Cougars. Let's get this going. Houston takes an early 7-0 lead. Can the Bulldogs respond? They do make it 14-7, but Houston responds immediately, making it 21-7, 28-7, 35-7, 38-7, 45-7. Can they get 50? It's going to be close. They will not. Houston gets a very, very easy win, 48-14 over the La Tech Bulldogs. And one of a very few teams to get to 3 victories. 261. That's 99, so 799. How many touchdowns did he get? 4. Wow. Donovan Smith really making a name for himself here. Three Group of 5 victories for Houston as they stay alive and knock Louisiana Tech out of the tournament. All of the L teams are now out, with just 69 remaining. Let's go to the map. Give Houston even more territory here. on. There we go. There is Houston's new upsized logo. Here is the top. Oh, there's the top 69 for you. As we just keep on moving in this tournament, we are so close to the halfway point. It is. Let's keep going. 90 seconds ahead of schedule now. So keep going. Texas or Texas State? Or is it Georgia State? It's Texas. The defending Imperialism champions finally will play once again. Let's see who they're going to go up against. It's going to be Northwest. I think that's Kansas State, but I got to make sure. It's a weird spot. That down. Zoom in significantly. Drop down so we can see Texas's logo. Down the very center. I think I have to get closer. Like Kansas State or Arizona, and it's right on there. Let's get the card out and measure. It's Arizona. That is going to be Arizona. I think we're going to extend that here. It's Arizona. Okay. So this is an SEC versus Big 12 battle. As Texas looks to survive into the second half of the tournament, they've just won. And Arizona will look to drastically increase their territory and really stake their claim in this tournament by taking out the defending national champion. Let's see who wins. Here we go. This is Arizona Stadium. They will have home field advantage. They have one of the best wide receivers in football. They have a decent quarterback, but they are going up against an absolute buzzsaw in the Texas Longhorns. We'll see if they can come through for a win, but I kind of doubt it. I think this is going to be a pretty easy win for the Texas Longhorns. We'll see if Arizona can pull some surprises here. Let's get going. Texas leads 7-0. Arizona responds with a field goal. And they take the lead 10-7, but Texas gets it right back 14-10. 14-13, very close. Arizona takes a 19-14 lead. 26-14. Texas tries to respond. And in the last possible moment, they come back and win 27-26 to avoid crashing out of the tournament right before the halfway point. Oh my goodness, what a game. DeAndre Moore Jr., 7 catches, 141 yards. and 3 touchdowns. What a win for Texas, man. And Arizona will go home. They can hang their head high because they played well. Or hold their head high, but they really will wish they had won that game. And the rest of the country will wish that as well, because Texas is very, very hard to beat. 306, that's going to be 679. And 6 touchdowns for Noah Fafita. Let's take a look at how that went down. Scoring summary. Arizona got 9 points in the third quarter. And then another touchdown, 3:12 to go. DeAndre Moore with a 24-yard pass with 2 minutes. And then a 35-yard pass with 42 seconds to go. Let's take a look at the highlights to see how that went down. And DeAndre Moore, gunner helm, 5-yard penalty. There's a drop on 1st and 15, 2nd and 15, 30-yard completion on 3rd and 15. Another drop by DeAndre Moore, but they go right back to him, 24-yard thing, 68-yard pass. They force the stop, get a punt return, drive down the field, and then score with 54 seconds to go. Arizona tried to drive, 10-yard penalty, pushed them back. And they got a 28-yard completion on the last play of the game, but there wasn't enough time left on the clock. Texas wins in a really shocking result. So now we will go to the map and give Texas one of the largest territories on the map. Here we go. There it is. Arizona's out. Look at how huge this territory is for Texas. They're now bordering a vast swath of teams in the Southwest. They are certainly going to be battle-tested if they are able to make it through. But now we have to knock Arizona off the map, or off the wheel. There it is. And this is the final elimination before we hit the halfway point. Here we go. Up next is Arizona State. Most of their border is Texas. Let's see who they're going to face. It's going to be Southeast. And that's Texas. So we go back to Austin, and Texas will get another shot at expanding their territory further to dominate the entire state of Arizona. Let's see if they can pull it off. Yeah. There we go. And this is the rematch of the College Football Playoff quarterfinal that happened in real life, the Cam Scattaboo game. And now, Arizona State's only option to survive is to win this game this time on enemy territory. With Bevo running out, we'll see what happens. And the Longhorns, the fans absolutely loving it. Texas fight playing into the Texas night. And Arizona State comes running out. There's Cam Scatterbill. The reason they have any shot in this ball game. Let's go. Seven. Make it 14-7, 21-7. Arizona State does respond, 28-14. Can the Sun Devils respond again? No. 31-14. And that will sum it up. 38-20 is your final. Texas is able to take down Arizona State right at the halfway point of the tournament. Texas has their third win, pushing towards another Imperialism National Championship. 304, so that's going to be 585 passing yards and 5 touchdowns between yours so far. Big victory for the Texas Longhorns. It's a sad moment for Arizona State, but it's to be expected. Texas is just that much better than everyone else. Caught a touchdown. Good. She's just a great player, man. That's a shame for Arizona State getting eliminated once again. Let's go to the map. And Arizona State is gone. Give their territory to the Texas Longhorns. There we go. That is Texas's new, absolutely gigantic territory stretching from California all the way into Texas. It's dominance. They are back. Arizona State will not make the final half. Folks, we are living on a prayer because we are halfway there. 67 teams remaining. A very evenly distributed group of eliminations so far. Let's see who will make it to the top 60. Shuffle this wheel and keep going. Who's up next in this marathon version of Imperialism? Is it Southern? I forgot to eliminate Southern Miss. So we'd already hit the halfway point. Southern Miss got eliminated a while back. We gotta knock them out. Let's try that again. Good thing I caught that pretty early. UL Monroe. It's UL Monroe. And we stay in the southeast. Let's see who the Warhawks will play in this ballgame. It's going to be northwest for UL Monroe. And that's... Who the hell is that? Arkansas State and Memphis against Memphis. Memphis's logo. Oh, I erased Memphis's logo. Damn it! I gotta add it There we go. Good enough for now. Now, this went northwest for UL Monroe. Honestly, that might just be Houston. Zoom further in here. Put on the center of the logo. We gotta zoom in further. We'll see for sure, but I think it's Houston. Yeah, it's Houston. So the Cougars will play once again. They are really putting together a crazy group of 5 run here, even though they're in the Power 4. They're just mowing through group of 5 teams. Now they got the opportunity to do it again against the UL Monroe Warhawks. There's Houston. And UL Monroe, one of the worst teams in this entire tournament. Playing against Houston. Here we go. This is potentially Houston's 4th victory of the tournament. They become only the 2nd team in all of Imperialism to get that far. And here we go. We once again come to Houston's College Football Stadium. Get ready for a battle between the Houston Cougars and the Louisiana Monroe Warhawks. H-Town once again the site of an Imperialism game. Here we go. I'm just going to skip straight into it because I don't think this is going to be much of a ball game. Maybe UL Monroe keeps it close, but I sincerely doubt it. There we go. 7-3. Oh my god. Okay, it's tied 10-10 at halftime. 17-10. Can UL Monroe respond? No, it's 24-10. 31-10. And that is going to wrap it up. Houston gets the easy victory. Just going to pull up chat here. Made it back. Ah, fantastic. Donovan Smith, 164 passing yards. 4 more touchdowns, I believe. As they win this one, 31-10? Is that the right score? Don't want to see them singing the alma mater. 31-10 is the correct score there. So 963. Three touchdowns. That's 11 passing touchdowns for Donovan Smith, the new benchmark for this tournament. And UL Monroe will be eliminated without really any impact on this tournament. Aiden Armenta, not General Booty, unfortunately. There. Now we're going to head over here and go to the map once again to expand Houston's territory again. They're expanding a lot, but they're not gaining a lot of land, which is keeping everything under control. Wow. Monroe is now out of the tournament. go. Can we make Houston's logo bigger at all? I don't. Yeah, no. We can push it up into here. And then back down like that. That's the best we can do. Yeah. So there's Houston. Expand it out, and UL Monroe is out once again. There it is. 65 teams left, I believe. Just gonna check over here. Delete that. Nine, 79. 69. Nominations for the okay. So we have that correct. 65 teams left. Let's shuffle this wheel and keep this going. Up next is going to be Syracuse. Playing again in this tournament. Let's see who they'll face this time. Will it be Penn State? Almost due south for Syracuse. That is going to be interesting is what that's going to be. I think it's Old Dominion. Pretty sure, but it might be Rutgers. Let's check on this again. That's Old Dominion. So the Monarchs will have to play again. They somehow avoid playing Penn State by having Syracuse land on them instead. And if this happens, if they win this, then they are completely surrounding Penn State, and Penn State will have to play Old Dominion. So, not a lot of good options for the Monarchs, but they were going to have to play that team eventually anyway. Let's get it set up. Old Dominion versus Syracuse. And it's in Old Dominion Stadium, so they'll have home field advantage at least. There they are. We'll see if Old Dominion can come up with another upset here. We go to 8 p.m. and get this thing started. Old Dominion going to try and knock off another Power 4 opponent just like they did against Maryland. Wearing their Tennessee Titans looking ass uniforms. Here they come. Into a crowded stadium looking for them to make history. With their third victory of the tournament, this time against the Syracuse Orange. Let's jump straight into this ball game and see if Old Dominion can survive against a very difficult opponent. Oh my god. Syracuse ties it at 7. Take a 14-7, 21-7, and Old Dominion trying to keep it close. 28-14. Can they make it a one-possession game? No. Syracuse is able to take them down, and they will take over all of Old Dominion's territory here. Big change on the map coming up. As Syracuse gets their third victory of the tournament. Pena, 195 receiving yards and 3 touchdowns. Huge game from him. Syracuse has feasted on Group of 5 teams. But now they fully surround Penn State, so that should be a very fun game later on in this tournament. Colton Joseph, 230 yards and 2 touchdowns in his last game of the tournament. So 559. And 6 touchdowns for him. 256. It's going to be 653. 8 touchdowns for Kyle McCord. Now we're going to go back to the map. Syracuse is going to take over most of the East Coast here. There it is. And those two little, oopsie. Those two little islands, this little section of Maryland right here, and this little island down here. They're everywhere. So Old Dominion's gone. We got a whole lot of border lines to clean up. There's the first one. Second here is third. And for Penn State, all routes of escape have been cut off. If they get landed on, they will face Syracuse. Now Old Dominion has been knocked out. And we go into the top 64. Let's keep it going. South Alabama? No, it's UAB. As we go back into the Southeast, the Dragons of UAB. Let's see who they face here. Could be Alabama. Could be Western Kentucky or Auburn. Let's find out. It's going to be Southeast. And that is Western Kentucky. So it's another group of 5 battle. Let's see who comes out on top between UAB and Western Kentucky. Let's get it set up. Once again, 2 evenly matched teams here. We'll see if it remains that way as we get onto the gridiron. Here's Big Red once again as the Hilltoppers look to survive against a kind of mystery foe in UAB. We don't really know anything about them. We'll see if they can come through and gain one of the largest territories in the South. High arcing from Kentucky into Tennessee into Alabama. And the Hilltoppers. And there's the Dragons. Or the Blazers, I guess, coming out to meet them. Jump straight into it. This game's not going to be the most exciting one that we see. So we're just going to start it out. Western Kentucky goes up 10-0, 17-0. Blazers have yet to respond. There it is, 17-7, 17-14. And they've taken the lead. 3 consecutive touchdowns to the Dragons, or the Blazers. Tie game, 24, 31-24. UAB stunning everyone. Flying in. They think they've lost. They thought they lost the game. And now they realize they have won. They've beaten Western Kentucky in their territory. Jacob Zeno, with 225 passing yards and 2 touchdowns. Huge win for him. 225 and 2 for UAB. There we go. And Western Kentucky finds themselves out of the tournament. Thought they had that one in the bag, but they blew that lead. And they really needed to hold on. take a look at the stats. See how Caden Veltkamp did here at the end. 230 yards. That's going to be 400 total. And 4 touchdowns for Caden Veltkamp. Let's take a look at how that happened. Western Kentucky went up by 17-0. We got an 18-yard run from Jacobs, a 1-yard run from Jacobs, and a 17-yard pass to Cam Shanks. Take a 21-17 lead. 14, I guess, or something. They got a field goal to make it 24-17. Western Kentucky tied it. And then a 57-yard pass with just 24 seconds to go gives UAB the shocking victory here with all of their points in the second half. Unbelievable effort. We go to the map to give the UAB Blazers pretty great territory in the middle of the map. We get a little zone of green in the middle of all this red. Go. I'm just going to try and make this. And there we go. UAB. The new huge territory. Facing and bordering a bunch of the best teams in the South and Midwest. And Western Kentucky will fight no more. Big Red is out. Down to 63. Let's keep it going. I believe we're going pretty ahead of schedule right now, which is a good place to be. Houston is playing again. This will be for the first extra life of the tournament. Can Houston get the win when it matters most? That's going to be directly south. I don't think they have anybody below them. They don't, so we're going to have to respin that. And that'll be northeast. And that's either Tulane or Memphis. I can't really tell. We're going to have to review that. Let's zoom in. Here. From the center of the logo. God, I don't know. It's either Arkansas or Memphis. We gotta get the card out again. Here it is. Memphis. So Houston gets a 5th group of 5 team to try and get an extra life without facing a single Power 4 opponent. That would be an amazing accomplishment for Houston here. And the Memphis Tigers will try and hold on and get the upset victory. Let's get it set up. Memphis versus Houston. Here we go. Red versus blue. Cougars with a chance to earn the tournament's first extra life on the road in Tennessee. Let's see if they can pull it off. Will they succeed where Maryland failed? here we go. Memphis Tigers rolling out into this raucous home crowd. They love their Tigers out here. It's a fun fight song. Pretty good. All right, let's jump ahead and see if Houston can come out victorious with their 5th victory of the tournament. Memphis takes a 7-0 lead. They go up 10. Now they're up 17. Houston in deep, deep trouble. It's 20-0, and I don't think they have a chance. Houston gets 10 quick points, but it's 27-10, and that is just too much of a deficit to try and overcome. They do make it 27-24, but Memphis is just barely able to hold on and get the upset win. Houston is gone. And Memphis now controls a long territory stretching from Texas to Louisiana to Arkansas and into Tennessee. Seth Hennigan, 235 passing yards and 3 touchdowns for him. Big, big win for Memphis. So 448. 7 for Seth Hennigan. Now 2-0. W. Houston 27-24. Houston's gone. They got to that 5th game, but could not finish the job. Donovan Smith will be the first quarterback in this tournament to go over 1,000 passing yards. But it won't be enough. 1,180. And 14 touchdowns for Donovan Smith. And they can't get past Memphis. There we go. I'm gonna go to the map. Map. There we go. Houston is out. Their logo down here. Shoot. Just give them a lot more space to spread out and enjoy themselves. Yes, it is. Why is it stretched that far? Where did I screw up? So Memphis has all that territory now, and now we got to eliminate Houston from the wheel. Shuffle it up, 62 teams to go. Shuffle again. Here we go. And close to the top 60 now. It's going to be Fresno State playing once again. We go back to California. Let's see who the Bulldogs will be playing this time. It's going to be Northeast. And I don't know, it's either BYU or it's UNLV. Let's take a closer look at that one. from the center of the logo, that is... Looks like Fresno State. Let me just double check. Yeah. That's going to be BYU. So a Big 12 versus Mountain West battle here, as Fresno State looks to survive and expand into a much, much larger territory. Let's get it set up. Okay. Relatively evenly matched, but BYU should have the advantage, especially with home field. Red versus blue. Big 12 versus Mountain West. 8 p.m. in Provo, Utah. Although we'll give it 6 p.m. because of Mountain Standard Time. Here we go. This beautiful stadium out in the mountains of Utah. Cosmo leading out the Cougars to this boisterous crowd. Here we go. BYU takes an early lead, but Fresno State fights back. It's 14-10 BYU. They're going back and forth, 17-10. Fresno State ties it back up at 17. We're at halftime now. Fresno State retakes the lead, 24-17. They're up by 10. BYU makes it a 3-point game. Minute and a half to go, and Fresno State comes into Provo, Utah, and knocks out the BYU Cougars. Keene with another huge performance. And that is a big-time upset. And before we do anything else, I'm going to need to fix something on the map. Okay, that's better. Let's go over here. 27-24, Fresno State comes up with the upset win. They're third of the tournament. Oh, no, second of the tournament. Sorry. BYU is out. Their top-ranked program won't go any further. It's been a while since we've seen a first-time opponent. 4 consecutive games. Teams that have already played have lost. Let's go to the stats here. Retzlaff 291. It's 42, 473. 4 touchdowns he finishes with. Meanwhile, for Fresno, that. Mikey Keene, 6, so 277. It's 577. Big time performances for Mikey Keene, showing up to keep the Fresno State Bulldogs employed. Go to the map. Give Fresno State BYU's expansive territory out west. Go. Oh my god, yeah. Huge territory out there now for Fresno State. Gotta do that again. There we go. Yeah. So look at that huge territory for Fresno State. Just boxing in UNLV there. In fact, just to make it a little more clear, we're going to... I'm going to do that just to outline UNLV's territory in line of Fresno State's. Okay, cool. Let's get rid of BYU. Yeah. 61 left. We're almost down to the top 60 now. A couple minutes ahead of schedule. We're doing a good job. This is going to be Appalachian State. Going in, let's spin the arrow and see who the Mountaineers will play. They're very upset-minded. We'll see if they can pull off another one right here. It's due north. And that is going to be Tennessee. Very hotly contested game between these two foes. Let's see who comes out on top between Appalachian State and Tennessee. I mean, this should be a win for Tennessee, but crazier things have happened. Time for good old Rocky Top as we get going at 8 p.m. in what should be an absolutely crazy Neyland Stadium environment. For the underdog Mountaineers against the red-hot college football playoff participant Tennessee Volunteers. Stadium is just gorgeous. All the SEC stadiums are gorgeous in their own way, but this one's particularly nice. Oh, they're all singing it out. It's just so cool. All right, let's see if Tennessee can make quick work of the upset-minded Mountaineers. 3-0. 5-0 after the first safety of this tournament. 12-0. 15-0. Appalachian State does get a late touchdown, but it's 29-7. 36-7, and Tennessee is going to make quick work of that. 36-14 is your final. Tennessee moves on. And 2 touchdowns. For Nico Iamaleava. 90 and 2. W. Appalachian State. 36-14. And Appalachian State, one of the last remaining A teams. That's not really true. Oh, shoot. Go. They're now out of the tournament. Let's take a look at how their quarterback did. Joey Aguilar with 224 passing yards and 2 touchdowns at Neyland Stadium, which is impressive in its own right. But Tennessee was just on a different level. Their defense played incredibly. In fact, how did James Pierce Jr. do in this game? He's been an absolute force of nature so far. Nothing. Did he play? I mean, he did, just not much. Interesting. Fully shut him down. We're going to pop over here, go over to the map. Give Tennessee Appalachian State's territory. Go. All right, so Tennessee has a much bigger territory now. We're going to get rid of Appalachian State. There they are. And that is the top 60. Let's take a look at this map real quick. We got a whole bunch of teams making big moves. Arkansas, Texas, Wisconsin, Fresno State, Syracuse, Miami, Florida State, Tulane, Memphis, UAB's in there, Indiana's in there. Nobody's really close to an extra life yet, but somebody's going to get there eventually. So let's keep this going. 60 teams left. We got about 6 hours left in this stream, possibly more, if we have some close games going late. So Tennessee? It is. Tennessee's going to play 2 games in a row. This one's going to be on the road. Let's find out where the Volunteers will go. It's going to be northwest-ish, and that's a big question. That's gotta be, that's Virginia Tech, just barely. So Virginia Tech and Tennessee will face off for the right to continue on to the top 59. This is gonna be a high-profile game in Blacksburg, Virginia, just like they did when they played at that race car grounds. I think in Memphis or somewhere else. I forget where it was, but it was a really cool game that I watched live. Okay. So there's Tennessee. And it's going to be Virginia Tech on the other side. And here we go. 2 of the most passionate fan bases in all of college football facing off for a right to continue in marathon imperialism. We're going to get more and more games like this as we have less and less teams on the board. Tennessee and Virginia Tech, one of these 2 very historic programs, will finish out their time right now. What time do I think this will be over? I'm guessing around like 2:15 or 2:30 a.m. I am not going to stop until it's done. Like, I might extend the top 10 into tomorrow, but I doubt it. I kind of want to finish the whole thing in one sitting. That's kind of the whole point of it. I mean, the stream will be fully available to watch on replay later on if you want to catch the later stuff as it happens, but yeah, we're going straight through. Oh, shoot. Now we got to... Now this game happened. I got to defend this. Whoops. Oh, no. Well, touchback. Whatever. There we go. All right, let's see how this game goes. 7-0 Virginia Tech. Tennessee goes back 7-3. Virginia Tech keeps it going. They do have home field advantage. They make it 21-3. Tennessee answers back 24-10. They just keep going back and forth. 31-10. Tennessee does not have enough time to make this comeback. That won't stop them from trying, but that'll end the game. Virginia Tech wins 31-24. knocking out the Tennessee Volunteers, giving them a pretty great swath of territory in the south of the U.S. Kyron Jones, 348 passing yards and 3 scores for the Hokies, who win their second game of the tournament. Let's go 296, 596. Just double check those stats real quick. Yeah. 596 and 6. Yamaliava 241. It's 10, 431 is going to be that. 4 touchdowns, but it's not enough. So just as fast as they came in, the Vols are out. Losing to Virginia Tech. There we go. 2 close victories for the Hokies. Now we go back to the map. There we go. Tennessee has been eliminated. Now we got to get rid of that significant border there. There we go, Virginia Tech. A little bit further down there. Yeah, that works. There we go. And Tennessee has been eliminated. Did not make it to the top 59. Let's shuffle and keep this going. Is that Kansas? It's going to be Kansas. We're going out into the very center of the country as the Kansas Jayhawks will get going. Let's see who they will play in this tournament. That's going to be northwest-ish. That's Kansas State. We get this all-time rivalry between these two huge contenders. This Big 12 rivalry will get another chapter right here and right now. Kansas State versus Kansas. Let's get it set up. Okay. Kansas against Kansas State, the Sunflower Showdown with its own logo and everything. Should be a win for Kansas State, but Kansas might keep this close. We will find out. There we go. Kansas State playing another home game, looking to extend their territory a little bit further east by chipping away at Kansas. Got a beautiful tunnel there. That's exquisite brickwork, or stonework, or whatever that is. Jalen Daniels still playing for Kansas in this universe. We'll see if the Jayhawks can get their first win of Imperialism in this ballgame. Let's go. Kansas takes the lead, gets the ball back, and opens up a 10-point advantage. Kansas State brings it down to 10-7. It's going to be 14-10 now. Can Kansas respond? No. 21-10. Wildcats taking over 24-16. Can the Wildcats or Jayhawks tie the game? They can. Overtime, 34-31. And Kansas State gets a last-second touchdown, I believe, in double overtime. I'll have to check on that. But it's a huge victory for Kansas State to win this ball game 37-34. 165 passing yards and 2 scores for Avery Johnson, bringing him to 385 and 8 touchdowns. Yeah, that was definitely 2 overtimes. So Kansas will be eliminated. Purple remains a very powerful color in this tournament. Let's take a look at how Jalen Daniels did. He acquitted himself well, but just couldn't make the plays necessary in overtime. Go. What's next, Imperialism? I mean, I don't know. This one is such a huge project that I think if I do stream again before the start of next college football season, it'll probably be the Maryland Dynasty I'm working on. I might do some streaming with that just to see how the recruiting and everything is going, but I don't know if I'm going to do another Imperialism because these are a massive undertaking and it only really works when I have the time off from work to commit to it. So I kind of like the idea of doing one huge Imperialism every year. It's going to be definitely downsized. I think I'm going to do like 1 episode per week with a couple of super sims, then cutting into them. But I think I will do it again. Just not an everyday thing anymore. So Kansas State has that. What else do I have to do here? Right. Okay. Go. Can't even. Oh, I can click. Go. And over here. Let's see if Kansas State can expand their logo at all here. Yes, they can. Quite a large logo now for Kansas State. As we continue to move forward. Kansas has been eliminated. 58 teams left. Please keep going. I mean, I was gonna do one, but I don't really have Madden 26 or the other new one. And I think, like, if I'm gonna buy another football game, it's gonna be the college football one. I don't really have a reason to buy the new Madden. So I just don't really play all that much Madden in general. Like, I used to do these, like, letter league streams, but those take so much work to set up, and I just don't have that kind of time anymore. UCLA is the next team that's gonna play. Let's see who the Bruins will take on. It's going to go northwest for UCLA, and that's pretty obvious. It's Fresno State. We'll see if the Big Ten Bruins can slow down this Group of 5 powerhouse. Getting a little bit of lag here. I'm nervous that we might get another crash, but I don't think it's going to happen yet. I think we're going to be okay. Fresno State at home. And UCLA on the road. Another red versus blue battle. Let's see if we can get this to work. Make it 6 p.m. because of the California difference. Let's do this Pac-12 after dark. It's 9:12 p.m. about. Oh, God. Still have a long way to go in this thing. And I think I might like cut down the actual regular sim things to the top 15 or top 10 just to try and shave a couple more. I do think I'm gonna finish this tonight even if it crashes. It's not a big setup that I have to do once it crashes down. It's just like restarting the stream, and it's unfortunate that I would have to split it into another part, but like that's really the only obstacle. Because it's an endurance thing. That's the whole reason I wanted to do this, was to endure and make it through an entire 13-hour project. I think it's gonna be, it might be longer than that, honestly. Fresno State takes an early lead. UCLA ties it right back up. Now they take a 14-7 lead, 17-7. We go to halftime with that score. Fresno State cannot answer. 24-7, and that is going to be a phenomenal victory for UCLA to come through 24-14. UCLA is able to knock out Fresno State and take their huge territory for their own. In their first game, Ethan Garbers goes off once again and knocks out one of the strongest group of 5 teams remaining in this tournament. Ethan Garbers, 155 yards, 2 touchdowns. Go. W. Fresno State, 24-14. We'll double check those stats real quick. Garbers. I mean, I'm going to do only simulations. Like, even on the last couple episodes, I will only hop out of Super Sim if it's like a 1-score game with like 3 minutes to go in the 4th quarter, just to watch the end of it. He did get both those touchdowns himself. That's good. Fresno. Eliminate over here. They couldn't get a second victory over a Power 14. Mikey Keene, 218. It's going to be 795. 10 touchdowns. Huge performance for Mikey Keene. One of the best quarterbacks in this run for sure. Go. Well, this is the largest... Oh, shoot. Wrong button. There we go. This is the largest territory UCLA has ever had. That goes without saying. Get rid of that, and we're going to bring UCLA and their logo all the way over here. Just increase that out, make it even larger. How big can we make it? Okay. There we go. Now we gotta shift out that border. Go. Okay. Absolutely huge territory for UCLA, but they don't really border that many opponents, so it's a good spot for them to be. We want to get Fresno State off the wheel here. Here. Shuffled again. We are down to 57. Is that Florida State? It will be Florida State. The Seminoles getting back into action. There we go. God, my mental facilities are starting to leave me a little bit. That's going to be due east for Florida State. Slightly south. That's an interesting question. I think that's Georgia State, but let's double check that real quick. It's going to be close. We'll zoom in. And when pointed at the center of the logo, it's Georgia State. So Florida State will get a pretty easy opponent here as they try to expand their territory once again and really envelop most of Georgia's territory here. Nice. Okay, 90 minutes into part 1. This is... Okay. There's Georgia State. And Florida State. Florida State has a definite advantage, but they're also not good, so we'll see how this goes. Going to be going into Georgia State Stadium, which is, I believe, the former Atlanta Braves Stadium, which is a pretty cool fun fact. And here we go. Just keep on going. Here come the Georgia State Panthers. Taking on the Seminoles. An opportunity, a pretty massive upset if they can pull this off. Come out in this very weird looking football stadium. Bunch of blocked off seats. It's definitely a converted baseball venue, and you can absolutely tell that. I mean, I do get tomorrow off. It's the only reason this is feasible. Like, if I was going into work tomorrow, God, I would not be happy. All right, let's jump into this one. No score in the first quarter, but Florida State's going to go up 10-0, 17-0. We do miss Turner Field, honestly. I am... like, thank you for still being here. There's been a lot of football with no Georgia. Florida State with a very easy 26-10 victory. God, I am slowing down, but I will finish this. I need a shot of energy. I need something to get me going. Azaria Thomas with a huge game, pick 6. Maybe Papa John's was the wrong choice for this because it's a lot of heavy food. It's not really helping me out. 26-10. Let's take a look at the stats. Brooklyn 187. It's going to be 349. 3 touchdowns. And Georgia State is going to get eliminated here. Tomorrow. I mean, I could do that. I might do that. Like, once I get to 30, I think I'll make a choice as to how I'm feeling. I might, like, go over to the bodega and grab something, although I'll need to do that soon, honestly. I might, like, how many teams are left? Once I'm 56. Yeah, well, we'll see how this looks in a little bit. I might, like, get a little pause to go get a drink. To keep me going through this thing. I didn't even write down the stats. You can see that I'm not doing all that hot right now. 1, 0 and 1. Christian Veilleux. 272 yards, no touchdowns. Not a great game for him. Okay, so that's been deleted. Florida State has their updated stats, so we're good there. This, and this. Florida State for the second straight Imperialism tournament eliminates Georgia State from the tournament. They are gone. I'm kind of glad Maryland got eliminated while I had energy, so I could really, lay into my impassioned rant about the futility of this whole project. There we go. Now we can expand Florida State's logo. Right over there and then up into here. Seminoles just keep on rolling, which is surprising considering how their actual season went. Let's eliminate Georgia State from the wheel. There we are. All right. It's 9:22. I'm going to do 2 more games and then go get a drink. That's how this is going to work. We're going to shuffle and go. 56 teams remaining. We're going to get down to the top 54 before we take another quick pause. I won't end the stream, but we're just going to pause so I can go get something. Cincinnati going to play again. Let's see who the Bearcats will play this time. That's going to be West. And that's another interesting choice. We're going to have to zoom in here and find out more about how this is situated. What's leaning down? That's Indiana for sure. Cincinnati versus Indiana coming up. Big 12 versus Big 10. Let's get it set up. Big moment for these two teams that are trying to prove themselves. One team made the college football playoff. The other one didn't do much, but is just looking to rehabilitate its reputation a little bit. It's going to be Indiana at home. And Cincinnati on the road. Indiana is favored, but just barely. Home field advantage will certainly help them out in this one. There we go. Here come the Hoosiers once again. Rub it on Hep's Rock. Fans doing the IU fan motion. And I'm mainly doing it just to stay awake. Ugh. Okay. Let's kick this thing off and see who will survive. Cincinnati or Indiana. Here we go. And Cincinnati's up 21-0. This game is over. 24-7. Indiana has completely failed to show up here. They make it 27-17, but it's too little too late. Cincinnati will pull off the upset and knock out the college football playoff participant Indiana Hoosiers with a dominant showing. And their third win of the tournament. Corey Kiner with 150 rushing yards. Big game for him. At 27-17. At this point, I don't know if anyone's going to get an extra life. $197. It's going to be $7.99. 8 touchdowns. Curtis Rourke finishing out his tournament with that stat line. And 5 touchdowns. Go. Okay. Back over to the map to give Cincinnati Indiana's territory. Go. Indiana is now out, and Cincinnati will be able to take over. Really expand their logo a bit. There we go. Cincinnati now controls a huge swath of territory out in the Rust Belt. Good for them. And Indiana will go home. Down to the top 55. Let's get one more out of the way, and then we will go get some much-needed caffeine as we try and fight through the rest of this. Gotta be kidding, Cincinnati's playing again. Well, the wheel is a merciless god. That's going to be south for Cincinnati. Only question is whether it's south towards Virginia Tech or south towards UAB. That's a very important distinction. So we're going to clarify. From the center, that is just barely UAB. So Cincinnati catches a break there as they try to win their 4th game of Imperialism. Huge opportunity for them as they get closer and closer to an extra life. Cincinnati versus UAB in Alabama Birmingham Stadium. Let's take a look and see how this one goes. UAB stepping out in their all-green uniforms. They've got quite the task ahead of them. But if they can pull off this upset, they'll have a huge amount of territory and an opportunity to be the last group of 5 teams standing. As we just keep flying through this tournament. Okay. We'll see if Cincinnati can get another win here. Victory number 4 on the line. Let's see if they can pull it off. No. No, they cannot. It's 21-0 UAB. Cincinnati trying to make it close. 21-18. They take the lead. 25-21. 32-21. 35 unanswered points for Cincinnati to take this game back and get their 4th victory of the tournament. What a comeback. Down 21-0 in the first half. Evan Pryor with a huge game. Wow. UAB has to be frustrated they didn't finish that one off. Let's take a look at those final stats real quick. It's going to be Jacob Zeno, 173 yards. 98 to 398. 3 touchdowns. Meanwhile, Cincinnati's quarterback, Brennan Sorsby, once again, they relied on the run game, and it worked to perfection to bring them back from 21 down. Sorsby does come through with 353, so 753 passing yards. 6 touchdowns in 4 games. $35 to 21 is the final. Okay. Go. And UAB is gone. Cincinnati survives to fight another day. There we go, and they get to expand their logo even more. There we go. Cincinnati now controlling a territory going from Alabama into Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, West Virginia, Indiana. It's going all over the place. Doing very, very well for themselves, and we are going to eliminate UAB from the wheel. We go down to 54, and I'm going to go get a drink. So I will be back in just a little bit. I'll see y'all then. Alright, we are so back. 2.5 more hours. Let's see how far we can get. I want to try and get to the top 25 tonight. That's, I believe, 29 more matchups, which is fully feasible. I think we can get that done in 2.5 hours. Let's get this going. 54 teams. Let's go. North Texas. We're going back into Texas, getting one of these little tiny teams that was going to try to avoid playing at all. Let's see who North Texas is going to play. It's going to be Northwest, and that's Oklahoma. So 2 teams that have not played at all. Go. Here we go. North Texas versus Oklahoma. Let's see how this one plays out. Got my energy back. Got my vibes back. We are going to try and go through 29 more games and then work through the top 25 tomorrow while playing out the close finishes. It's going to be Oklahoma on this side and North Texas as soon as we get to them on the other side. Red versus green. If you're colorblind, I'm sorry. Not much I can do for you. We're just going to try and finish through as much of this as we can tonight before we come back and finish it out tomorrow, probably like 11:30 a.m. start, possibly a little later. So many Play Like a Champion signs. Coming to Norman for, I believe, the first time in Imperialism. Beautiful pageantry as the Oklahoma fight song rings out. It's a great stadium for this newly minted SEC school. Going against the North Texas Mean Green. Let's get this started right now. Oklahoma up 3-0. North Texas takes a 7-3 lead. 14-3. Oklahoma is in trouble. This could be an insane upset. 14-11. Oklahoma keeps it close. Down to the fourth quarter. 21-11. Oklahoma scores to make it 21-14. 28-14. 28-21. That is your ball game. North Texas with a stunner of an upset, taking down the Oklahoma Sooners 28-21. To survive in Imperialism and knock out an SEC opponent. Chandler Morris, 176 passing yards and 2 touchdowns. So 6-2. W Oklahoma 28-21. Unbelievable. Oklahoma only playing one game. They are eliminated from the tournament. Let's take a look at how their quarterback did here. Jackson Arnold, 182 passing yards, 2 scores, not enough. Really frustrating result there for the Sooners. We obviously wanted to go deeper than that, but North Texas will get a massive upset on the road. Let's give them some territory. They very much deserve it. And once this is done, I'm just going to refresh this page so that we can move forward. There we are. It's gone. Right here. Okay. There we go. North Texas has what it takes to survive and hop over here and knock Oklahoma off the wheel. And hop back over here and refresh this page just to have less lag going forward. It's gonna take a second to load properly. There we go. Come on, why? What was it, Dwayne? What? again. Apologies for that. Why would it do that? Sorry, we're just fixing the map because refreshing it covered the entire thing in blue, which was very annoying. God. State is back now. And what is this? Oh my god, I'm going to have to move Texas again. This is just annoying. The map is just betraying me at every single step. Essentially ready to go. Let's shuffle this wheel and just keep going. 53 left, let's go. Oh my god. Up next is it Cincinnati again? No, it's Arkansas or TCU maybe? It's Arkansas. Razorbacks going up again. Let's see who Arkansas will take on this time. It's going to be due east, which means the Razorbacks will take on Cincinnati Bearcats going in once again. Let's see if Cincinnati can survive this one. Going back to Nippert Stadium. Let's see what happens. This should be Arkansas's game to win, but Cincinnati will benefit greatly from having home field advantage here. And here come the Bearcats. Wearing their black and red uniforms, which look much, much better than their road uniforms, it must be said. Here they come. Taking on the Arkansas Razorbacks, who have also played very well in this tournament so far. Let's see, how many games does Cincinnati win? Oh my god, this is for an extra life. If Cincinnati wins this game, they will have an extra life going forward. That would be huge. Let's see if they can pull this off. Arkansas goes up 7-0. Cincinnati ties at 7-7. Arkansas going to try and take the lead. They will, 14-7. Cincinnati ties it right back up. Tied at 14 at halftime. 21-14 Cincinnati. They're taking the lead. Arkansas ties it right back up. 21-21, 28-21. Can Cincinnati get one more touchdown here? They do. They get the 2-point conversion, and they win to get an extra life. What a game. 29-28 is your final. Cincinnati has proven themselves with another win over a Power 4 team, the first team to 5 victories. 29-28, unbelievable. Let's take a look at the stats here. Brendan Sorsby, 213 yards and 3 more touchdowns. It's 1,066. And 9 touchdowns for him in these 5 games. Arkansas, just their second game. They are eliminated. Cincinnati's battle tested and they keep moving forward. They now have an extra life. There we go. We're back over here. Hopefully the map can cooperate this time. It was really frustrating last time. Cincinnati Red has taken over everywhere. They gain a huge chunk of territory as they beat Arkansas and move further into the southeast. We're taking Missouri and Illinois' territory. Now, where can they put their logo now? Is there anywhere else where it can be larger? Not really. We're just going to keep it there for now. It's a pretty central location. Look at how far that territory spreads out. That's insane, man. Okay. Arkansas's gone. I'm going to knock them off the wheel. And we're down to 52. Shuffle and keep going. Stanford? No, it's going to be Ohio State playing once again. I think they share a pretty significant border with Cincinnati, so this could be a pretty huge battle. First thing we have to do, though, is give Cincinnati their extra life, because I forgot to do that. Make that way smaller. Right, oopsie. Or just leave it right there, because we can't move it at all. It's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Ohio State shares a huge border with Cincinnati. Let's see if this will hit that. It's going to be north, so it will not. This is going to be Ohio State against Toledo. The opening game of season-long Imperialism finally comes to pass here. Let's see if Toledo can pull off the most shocking upset of the tournament. Besides North Texas over Oklahoma, that was pretty shocking. And Old Dominion over Maryland, but I don't like to talk about that one. So it's going to be Toledo on this side. And Ohio State on the other. Rockets get a home game. Let's see what the Buckeyes can do here. Can they maintain their reputation and try and defend their real-life national championship? Or will Toledo get revenge for the opening round of Imperialism all the way back in September? Here come the Toledo Rockets. Ready and raring to go to take on Ohio State. in this clash of Ohio Titans. I'm kidding. Here we go. Let's see if Toledo can hold their own. Defensive battle so far, but Ohio State is starting to take control a little bit. 14-zip. Toledo does get a touchdown right before the end of the first half, but Ohio answers 21-7. So it's low scoring, but Ohio State does win 21-7. That's their third win of the tournament. As they continue to break down the MAC wall. Will Howard up to 640 passing yards and 7 touchdowns on the tournament. And Toledo lasted much longer this time, but didn't play at all. And now they're out. And I just realized I forgot to get the stats for Taylor Green in that second game. Whatever. It's fine. Lost to time. Tucker Gleason, 142. There we go. Okay, so Ohio State expands out into their new, slightly larger territory, and really all they have left is Cincinnati. So that is going to be a titanic battle later on. That probably will happen. For now, we eliminate Toledo from the wheel. There we are. Shuffle again as we go down to the top 50 here. Is Stanford? No. Is it Boise State? No. Is it Coastal Carolina? Yes, it is. Let's find out who the Chanticleers will take on in this tournament. It's going to be northwest-ish. And that's going to be Florida State. Another battle for the Seminoles. Let's see if Florida State can get another easy victory here against a passable Group of 5 opponent. Florida State versus Coastal Carolina. Carolina, there we go. Yeah, it only makes sense just to stop at 25 because, like, it just would advance too far. It's like keeping up the audience. Like, you want to see it live. You don't want to have to, like, skip through it. It just feels less good. So that's exactly what we're going to do. Playing at Doak Campbell Stadium, I believe, for the first time in this tournament. I might be wrong on that. But it's a huge moment for Florida State as we get to see the tomahawk chop in all of its glory. Here comes the Chanticleers looking very out of place in this teal uniform in a world of maroon and gold. Gotta throw that spear in. There we go. Love it. All right, let's get this started. Nope. There we go. Let's see if Florida State can make quick work of the Chanticleers. Coastal Carolina takes a 3-0 lead. It's going to be 7-3 Florida State. They bring it back. That's 10-7. Coastal Carolina still in the lead. 17-7. Oh, no. 20-7. Oh, my God. It's all running away from Florida State. 28-7. 28-14. But it's too little too late. Coastal Carolina knocks out Florida State. We got to see their intro, and that's about it. The Chanticleers now control a huge percentage of territory in the Southeast. You've got to look out for them. Ethan Vasco, 254 passing yards and 2 touchdowns. Big, big moment for Coastal Carolina. We go 28-14. Florida State, they had won 2 games, but their Imperialism run is over. Right after Toledo's. $120 more yards for Brock Glenn. That's going to be 469 yards and 5 touchdowns. Coastal 28-14. Pop over to the map. This is a shocker. This is a true shocker. Coastal Carolina ending Florida State's run. Go. Let's see how big we can make this thing. There we go. The Chanticleers now control a massive section of the East Coast right around Myrtle Beach. That is very weird to see, I gotta be honest. Florida State no longer on the wheel. Where are they? There it is. Let's shuffle again. This is, zoom out a little bit, this is your top 50. By the end of the night, half of these teams will be gone, and we will be prepped for the top 25 to happen tomorrow afternoon. Let's shuffle this wheel and get it going as we move down to the top 49. And that is going to be Kansas State once again. We're starting to see a lot of repeat teams. Let's see where the Wildcats will go. It's going to be Northwest again. Oh boy. It looks like Air Force, but it just might be Wisconsin. Let's do a quick review on that. In the center of the logo, okay. And that is going to be Wisconsin. So this is a titanic battle between the Kansas State Wildcats and the Wisconsin Badgers, battling for a massive amount of territory. This is a huge, huge moment here as we get started in the top 50. Let's set this game up. Kansas State versus Wisconsin. we go. Very evenly matched game. This should be a lot of fun. Kind of sad that we're simming through it, but it should be a lot of chaotic material here. Let's roll. So here are the Wisconsin Badgers playing at home once again, but they've got their toughest battle yet right here. They already took down Minnesota, but now they have to take down the Kansas State Wildcats, one of the best and most well-equipped teams in the entire Big 12. And here they come. Here are the Wildcats coming out here at Camp Randall. Let's get this going. Straight into Super Sim. Here we go. (13-10) as we come down to the end. 20-10, Wisconsin in control. Kansas State tries to bring it back the last second, and they're not going to be able to. 27-13, Wisconsin will take over Kansas State's territory. A seismic moment in this tournament. Wisconsin wins their third game. Vinny Anthony Jr. with 2 touchdown receptions. He was the difference tonight. Their second Power 4 victory. Huge, huge moment for Wisconsin. Let's take a look at how they did it. Braden Locke, 207 passing yards. That brings him to 718 on the tournament with 8 passing touchdowns. Big tournament for him. Kansas State in their third game comes up short. Let's take a look. Avery Johnson finishes with 227. Bring it to 412, 612. 9 touchdowns. 27-13 is the final there. Now we're going to go back over to the map and expand Wisconsin's territory even more. So much red. I know I've said it so many times, but it just keeps being true. Wisconsin's logo down there. No, this is still the biggest spot for them. But just look at how big that territory is. Right next to Cincinnati's. Is still huge, just red on red on red. But most of the other red teams are gone. It's just Cincinnati and Wisconsin's red now. So let's go back over to the wheel and get Kansas State out of here. There it is, shuffle, and now we go to the top 48. Trying to move as fast as we possibly can all these games so I can get to bed and then do this again tomorrow. Is it Miami or Ohio State? It's going to be Ohio State. Is this the matchup we've been waiting for? Let's find out. South, and yes it is. Ohio State versus Cincinnati, and man, do I want to sim this if it's close at the end, but we'll see. This really is one of the most massive matchups of the tournament. Especially if Ohio State wins, because that extra life will be gone, and Cincinnati will suddenly be mortal once again. Here we go. Nippert Stadium once again will be home to this game. But it's Ohio State against Cincinnati. Let's see how this one goes. Easily the most difficult opponent Cincinnati's had to face so far. It's their 6th game already of Imperialism. And they want to survive and advance so bad. Let's see if they can pull off the upset of all upsets. I believe they faced Ohio State in the first one. No, it was Tennessee. Tennessee beat Cincinnati. Really boring, glitch-filled game. Here's Ohio State, the national champions of real life, taking on the Cincinnati Bearcats. Let's get this going. Cincinnati starts with a field goal. Ohio State matches. And Ohio State gets 2 quick touchdowns, 17-3, 20-3, 20-10. Cincinnati trying to keep it close, 29-10, but it's just not going to happen. So Cincinnati's extra life comes into good use here as Ohio State will eliminate it. No, wait. Wait to show that once we've got all the stats down. Hard 126 and 2 touchdowns. Pretty run-of-the-mill day for him. They have not allowed more than 10 points in any of the games they played, and they're now 4-0. Cincinnati's 5-1, but they stay in the tournament thanks to their extra life. Sorsby 255 more yards. 234 bringing them to 300. Let's go 21. 1,321 yards for Brendan Sorsby. Ohio State 10. First team with 6 games under their belt. And let's go over to the map to eliminate the extra life. And it's gone, and we keep going. Nothing changes. Shuffle this wheel. Shuffle one more time because I didn't see it. There we go. Still in the top 49, and everyone's back to having 1 life. Is this Eastern Michigan? Yes, it is. Let's see who the Eastern Michigan, I believe they're the Eagles, maybe? It's going to be Northwest. And I believe that's Central Michigan. Yeah, it's definitely Central Michigan. So, this is an exciting action game in season-long Imperialism. We'll see if we get a similar level of action right here. Let's get it set up. Eastern Michigan against Central Michigan. We go from incredibly important to a MAC battle back-to-back. That is the glory of Imperialism, really. So we start with Central Michigan. And then Eastern Michigan on the other side. Here we go. Battle for the Michigan MAC. All ready to go. Should be an evenly matched game, just with not a lot of skill involved. And here we go. And we're just going to skip this. Let's get right into this ball game. Quick safety for Central Michigan, but Eastern Michigan responds with a touchdown. 9-7. Central Michigan gets a touchdown of their own. It's stymied right there. It's halftime. Defensive battle. Going into the fourth quarter, 12-7. Eastern Michigan does take the lead, but they missed the extra point. It comes down to the last moment, and it's going to be Eastern Michigan getting the dub, 13-12. The Eagles survive. Take down Central Michigan. Let's take a look at these stat lines real quick. Joe Labus finishes with just 178 passing yards, no touchdowns. Eastern Michigan quarterback Cole Snyder was the difference in this one. 97 passing yards, 1 touchdown to lead Central Michigan to the victory. Did they go for 2? What happened? Yeah, I went for 2 for some reason. Oh, to get a 15. That tracks. Cool. Okay. Let's go back to the map and give Eastern Michigan one of their largest territories in Imperialism history. So we get some green up north. There we go. Let's get a nice big E right up there. Love that. Love us a good E. Okay. There we go. Let's get Central Michigan off the wheel. 48 teams to go. Here we go. Up next, is it Hawaii or is it NC State? It's going to be NC State. So spin this arrow. Keep it going. It's going to be Southwest. NC State, that's going to be UNC. So, this is the North Carolina State Championship between two heated rivals. Let's get it set up. NC State going against UNC. There we go. We roll right into it. UNC versus NC State for the right to be the last remaining team from North Carolina. This is Bill Belichick's team now. He's going to try and coach him up into a contender. He hasn't gotten his hands on him yet. But this is a team that will have a lot of national attention going forward. Here they come. The North Carolina Tar Heels looking to take on the NC State Wolfpack. There's the mascot. Let's get this right underway here and finish this out quickly. North Carolina starts with a quick touchdown, and they're up 10-0. Can NC State respond? No. Well, yes, it's 13-7, and they take the lead 14-13, 21-13. Now it's 24-13. It's going to be a 3-point game. Coming right down to the wire, 28-24, 31-28. UNC trying to tie it up. They do not, and NC State gets the road victory. Take their spot as the last remaining team from North Carolina. Big moment there, 31-28, NC State surviving to win that one. CJ Bailey, 272 yards and 4 touchdowns. 28. Madison goes for 4 touchdowns. Tough loss for UNC fans, but, you know, they're going to have plenty to be happy about in real life soon anyway. So we're going to go over here. NC State grows out their territory just a bit. I'm going to drop UNC off of the map here in one moment. There they are. And let's grab this thing quick. Breathe. During this tournament, please. Okay, UNC has been eliminated. We're down to 47. Shuffle this. Keep on going. Who's next? Boston College? No. Oregon? No. Washington? It's gonna be Washington. They haven't played in a while. Let's see where the Huskies will go here. It's to no one. Let's try again. Straight west. Also to no one. Let's try again. Straight west again. Let's try again. Southwest. And that's going to be Oregon. This is a big time rivalry here. Washington versus Oregon. Let's get it going. And the one with the wolf head. Yes, I can. Here we go. Yeah, let's make that switch over now. Now they've gotten a win and they are the champions of North Carolina. Let's do that. Get rid of that. Language. Go. There it is. Oh, that looks great. That looks really great. That's super fitting. Good suggestion there. Washington versus Oregon is next. Let's get that set up. And Oregon's on the road. All right, Washington versus Oregon. Let's get it ready and get it going. Oregon should win this, but Washington might be able to surprise some people. Here we go. Here come the Oregon Ducks playing in Autzen Stadium once again with the Just Do It logo right above them. Oregon fans going nuts. And here come the Ducks. Dylan Gabriel and company looking to cement their spot as Imperialism contenders against one of their biggest rivals, the Washington Huskies. Let's see who makes it out of this one alive. Oh, you're an NC State fan. Ah. Oh, of course I'll make that change. Oh my god. Easy. So easy. Yeah, 100%. I'll always try and keep those updated. I hate it when, like, the creators don't stay updated with that stuff. So thank you for letting me know. Washington takes a 7-0 lead here. Oregon tries to respond. They can't quite do it. And now they do respond. 10-7. 17-7 at halftime. 24-7. Washington needs to do something, and they are just getting bashed over the head over and over and over again. 31-15, 38-15. And that's the end of this ball game. Oregon triples up on Washington 45-15. Very easy win for them. And their second win of Imperialism. No, not Cal. It's Washington. 45-15, 309 passing yards. It's 521. And 7 touchdowns in just 2 games for Dylan Gabriel. Making it look easy out there. Washington comes up short against their hated rivals on the road. Will Rogers finishes with only 78 yards passing. Oh my god. 241 total, 0 touchdowns over the entire tournament. There we go, not too many teams left. And how many have not played? Air Force, Alabama, Boston College, Clemson, Colorado, Kent State, Penn State, Rice, Rutgers, San Diego State, South Alabama, Stanford, TCU, Texas A&M, UConn, UMass, UNLV, USC, West Virginia, and Western Michigan. Not too many. Let's keep this going now. Washington's out. Now we're just going to fill out the rest of this state. That big O out in the corner. There are only 2 wins, but Oregon's just picking up a massive territory out there. Washington can no longer be on the wheel. They've been eliminated. Now we shuffle and go again. 46 teams left. 21 games left. That's about 2 hours. Looks like we're going to finish up around 12:47 unless I go really, really fast. It's Georgia. Don't know if she's still watching. Let's find out. Because the Georgia Bulldogs have been landed on for the first time in this tournament. Where will they go? Let's give it 10 seconds to see if we get a response. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, spin this arrow and see who Georgia's going to face. It will be due east. Oh boy. It's Clemson. A massive game here. Georgia versus Clemson. Here we go. I don't know what to expect for the Georgia Bulldogs here. I think they're better than Clemson. In fact, I know they're better than Clemson. But going into Death Valley and getting a win is pretty freaking tall order. Let's see if they can pull it off. We can take Clemson. All right. I really hope you're right. As a pained Maryland fan, I mean, it's a 90 overall team. They're good. Let's see how this goes. Georgia versus Clemson on the road in a night environment. Big time rivalry here. Let's see who comes out on top. Now, Clemson only played one game during season-long Imperialism. They lost to Appalachian State. But this time they get to play in their home stadium. We get to see this beautiful entrance in high definition for the first time. Pretty awesome. Okay. All right. Georgia does take the lead 3-0. Clemson does not respond with a touchdown. End of the first quarter. Georgia goes up 10-0. Clemson responds with a touchdown. 10-7. It's going to be close. And Georgia gets a field goal, but Clemson responds by taking the lead. It's going to be very, very close at the end here. Georgia takes the lead. 2 minutes to go. 21-16. Oh no. Clemson beats Georgia. K Club with 278 passing yards and 2 touchdowns. Oh no. Oh no. This is the pain. This is the coping that must happen. All of that just for Georgia to lose before the top 40. (21-16). It is a stupid name. It's a very stupid name. It's very, very white. Georgia got 2 wins, but ran into a very good Clemson team and had to play on the road. Y'all did squash them like a bug in real life, and that is what matters. All real people instead of like video game renderings and AI stealing from actors, putting in their mocap time, you know. Carson Beck, 238 passing yards and no touchdowns. So he finishes with 834 and 5 touchdowns. Dang. Ah, that's a shame. That's not great. Oh boy. Oh right, Matt. Short circuit a little bit now that George is gone. Just like real life Carson Beck. Just like Miami quarterback Carson Beck. I mean, the money around this stuff is just insane. He's like, you know, I could stay here with Georgia, or I could pick up a couple $1 million just to go play in South Florida for a bit and then not be an NFL quarterback. Oh my god. More purple. Georgia's red is gone. That's a shame right there. Yeah. It never feels good to lose in Imperialism. It's just, it's such a deflating feeling to just have that, all that hope be taken away. And then you just have to keep going. This is why, you know, college seasons aren't really decided by one game anymore. Because a lot of the fun teams get taken out early. Alright, let's knock Georgia off the wheel. Finish with the coup de grace. There it is. Shuffle, we're down to the top 45. Let's keep going. That is gonna be boy... No, it's Western Michigan. Right at the end. Let's spin this arrow and find out where the Broncos will be playing. It's gonna be due east, and that's gonna be Michigan. So, probably the end of the line for the Western Michigan Broncos right at the start. Let's get it set up. Right. All right, Western Michigan versus Michigan. I don't give the Broncos much of a chance in this one as we go into the big house for another game. As we try and finish out the top 25 as fast as we possibly can. And here come the Michigan Wolverines. Slapping their big sign. There's Mason Graham, the Heisman Trophy winner from season-long Imperialism. And here come the Broncos. Looking for a titanic upset in the big house at night with Mr. Brightside playing in the background. Let's see what happens. Michigan goes up 7-0. 14-0. 21-0. 21-7. They do give up a touchdown. It's 28-7, 35-7, and that's where it'll end. Michigan's just so good. They're so good at this game. 35-7 is the final. Change Notre Dame's color here, so we don't have these two big navy blue things right next to each other. 1 second to make that change. Yeah, there we go. Now Davis Warren, 184 passing yards and 2 touchdowns. Decent game from him. 327, I believe, is what it's going to be. 327 and 4. And Western Michigan goes out with barely an impact on this tournament. Just bloop, gone. Look, it's going to be Hayden Wolf, 188 passing yards and 1 score. And there we go. Western Michigan has been tossed into Lake Michigan and is now out. Slightly, there we go. Michigan is on their way once again, and for people who watched through season-long Imperialism, you might groan at that fact. But maybe either Ohio State or Notre Dame can take them down, even though both of them lost to Michigan last time. Oh God, it's happening again. It's happening again. Oh, da, 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 da. It's happening again. Oh God. Western Michigan is right there. Now they're not. Down to 44. Let's keep it going. This is going to be Memphis playing once again. Let's see who they take on. Spin the arrow. And let's find out. It's going to be Northwest. Memphis is right here. And I believe that's SMU. Yeah, 100% it's SMU. So tough battle for Memphis. Let's see if SMU can expand out their territory a significant amount here. SMU versus Memphis. There they are. And let's get it going. This should be a win for SMU, but Memphis might surprise some people. Here we go. SMU with their very fancy, very Texas uniforms. They're getting set to take on Texas or Memphis Tigers, their first season in Power 4 play in a very long time. This is Gerald J. Ford Stadium. Different, of course, from Gerald R. Ford. Here we go, Super Sim. 3-0 Memphis. They might pull this off. It's 10-0 SMU. They get a chip shot field goal. Memphis tries to score. They do score. 17-3, 24-3, and oh my God. 24-10, 24-17. They're trying, but they can't get there. 31-17 is your final. Memphis pulls off the upset and takes out a college football playoff participant in SMU. Kevin Jennings just wasn't able to do enough. 31-17. Tigers win. 130 yards receiving and 2 touchdowns for the leading receiver. And for the second straight tournament, SMU has 3 Imperialism wins. Very impressive. Their stats going to be Kevin Jennings first, 233 yards. It's 585, 618. And 8 touchdowns. It just wasn't their day. Even though they were at home, it wasn't their day. Meanwhile, for Seth Hennigan, 265 yards. From that. 713. And 2 touchdowns. That'll be 9 on the season, so he just keeps going. Having a great year so far. Go. SMU's out. There we go, Memphis, a sprawling territory that reaches its tendrils deep into the south. Kind of like this with my hands right now. Let's knock SMU off the wheel. There we go. Shuffle. Let's keep going. 19 more games? 18 more games to go? Just gonna keep going. Can't stop. Rutgers? No, it's Miami. Spin the arrow and see where the Hurricanes will go. It's going to be due south, and that's no one, so we gotta spin again. Southwest, that's also no one, gotta spin again. Northwest, that's also no one, gotta spin again. So, can they face anyone? No, they can't. Coastal Carolina is the only team they can face. It's gonna be Miami versus Coastal Carolina. Let's get it going. Why am I wasting my time? Okay, Miami going on the road this time, taking on a group of 5 powerhouse. Let's see how this one goes. On the teal, the obnoxious teal turf of Coastal Carolina. Can Miami escape from Florida as the last remaining team from the state? Here comes Chanticleers, and they're all black uniforms. Running on. I mean, just the gold end zones. It's just not a good look, man. We gotta hope Miami wins this game so we don't see this stadium again. Yeah, let's roll straight into it. Miami versus Coastal Carolina. Let's see how this one goes. Miami goes up 6-0. They cannot get the 2-point conversion or whatever they tried to do. I'm not sure what happened there. 9-0. 17-0 with a 2-point conversion. 20-0, 23-0, and that's going to be the ball game. 23-zip. Coastal Carolina embarrassed on their home field. And Miami gets the easy win for their 4th victory of Imperialism, looking to secure that extra life. Restrepo, 83 yards and a touchdown. Good game for him. Emory Williams came into the game. A big performance, but we'll just give it to Cam Ward. 479 passing yards. He got hurt halfway through. But they won anyway because Emory Williams came in and played a great game. So now we're going to go back to the map. Folks, Miami has breached containment. They have escaped Florida and will now wreak havoc on the rest of the United States. Here comes their logo. right into this big section. And a bunch of other teams have staked their claim to. And now it belongs to the U. Miami University. Yeah, let's make it more situated closer to Florida. And there they are. They're going to knock Coastal Carolina off the map. .42 teams left. We got 17 more games to do tonight. We're just going to keep pushing forward. Here we go. NC State again? It's going to be NC State again. Here we go. Will, I hope you're still there because your team is back in the tournament. Let's spin and find out where they're going to play. It's going to be Northeast, and that's Syracuse. This is a big-time ACC battle. Well, let's double-check that and make sure it's not James Madison, because it might be James Madison. Center, I mean, yeah, that's Syracuse. Okay, pop that here. This is going to be NC State going on the road to the Carrier Dome to try and take down Syracuse. Here we go. Where are they? There they are. Okay. Doesn't really matter for the Dome, but here we go. NC State versus Syracuse. For a spot in the top 41. And the largest territory on the East Coast. Here we go. There's the big orange. Light things up here in the Carrier Dome, or it's called something else now. It's some long, boring name. I'll find it out in a second once they show it on the scoreboard. Syracuse running out into this beautiful, beautiful dome. What's it called? There's Kyle McCord running out, welcoming his new fans. The JMA Wireless. That's so dumb. It's the Carrier Dome. Shut up. His eyes are going wild, man. Nothing Syracuse, 7-7, NC State strikes right back. 14-7, can NC State respond again? No, they cannot. Yes, they can. 14-14, we're still going. Halftime, 21-14. Wolfpack need to respond again, and they do. 21-21. Going into the fourth quarter, 28-21. Can they get one last thing to go? No, they can't. Syracuse knocks out NC State to keep their Imperialism journey alive. They are now 4-0. Kyle McCord with a huge game. NC State falls just short. 893 yards now for Kyle McCord and 11 touchdowns. He's having a huge tournament. And Syracuse has their first win over a Power 5 or Power 4 opponent. To 449 and 6 touchdowns. Yeah, it does. It's a shame for sure. I kind of wanted to see NC State continue with that new logo, but they had a chance, but it's just very, very hard to win in the Carrier Dome. And I think CFB 25 really values those hostile territory things. and boosts them when it comes to the simulation algorithm. I think since we have these two orange teams right next to each other, I think I'm going to make Miami's territory be green. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to fill this, grab this, and do that. So that we have a little bit of contrast between all this orange down there. So there we go. NC State off the wheel. 41 teams remain. I forget to really get someone. No, we're Gucci. Let's keep going. 41 teams remaining. We're getting down to the top 40 right now. And the next team is going to be UConn. One of the last remaining independent teams. Let's see where they're going. Up into the northeast, it's going to be Northeast. And that's going to be UMass, I believe. Yes. UConn versus UMass. I mean, this is the most... one of the most unwatchable games we've had so far. Two teams that just are not going to have much of an impact on the end game. Playing each other just to get one of them out of the way. UMass will get home field advantage here. There we go. All right. Still going here. UConn versus UMass. Honestly, do we need to see the intro for this? This is Tyson Fomachan. He's a fun little quarterback. We're not even going to watch him play. We're going to stim right through this game. There they are. Squirrels, watch it. Just for conviction's sake. UMass finally getting to play here. They're taking on the UConn Huskies in the Warren McGurk Alumni Stadium. Nothing, 14-3, 21-10, 21-13. It's staying pretty close and kind of chaotic, which you like to see from these lower tier games, and now UConn's pulling away. UConn wins 35-13. Easy dub for the Huskies. Joe Fagnano with a good game. W over UMass. 35-13. Right? Yes, 35-13. UMass is going to be eliminated. close to finishing up for the night. Go. Expand out UConn's logo a little bit. The big Hushkey. Oh boy. Sorry, I'm still Huskies. You can tell. UMass is the last team we eliminated before the top 40. 15 more games. We're so close. It's like another hour and a half. I can totally do that. It's going to be Boston College. Are we going to eliminate them before the top 3? That would be a nice little treat. But nope, that's just going to be straight east. And it's going to be a respin. They don't get extra territory there. But they do get extra territory there. That's going to... Well, no, they're not touching Maine. Respin. Southeast. Once again, not touching anything. Keep going. Exact same spin. Keep going. Exact same spin again. It's 5 respins for Boston College. Now they go southwest, and that is going to be Rhode Island, so they avoid playing altogether. This is how they do it, man. This is how they freaking fracking do it. There we go. Okay, so Boston College survives. They're going to have one miss. There we go. So now we got to spin the wheel again. Shuffle it and go. Here are the top 40. So up next, it is going to be UCLA. One of the largest territories in the map, but it just keeps changing hands. Let's see if UCLA can survive here. Spin the arrow. Let's go. It's going to be northeast for UCLA. And that's going to be Boise State. This is a big-time matchup. Ashton Genty against the Bruins. Which could give Boise State once again another huge territory. Let's see how this one goes. UCLA, here we go. Okay. So here are the Broncos. Ashton Genty getting started once again against a Big Ten defense. Rockin' home crowd, the blue turf going. Boise State versus UCLA for a right to a huge piece of territory out west. Let's see who's able to survive this one. Here come the UCLA Bruins as soon as we get this big hammer thing going for Ash and Genty, and here they come. UCLA Bruins here to see if they can survive another day. Seven on the Boise State. UCLA ties it 10-7. 17-7. Still going 17-10. 20-10. Boise State trying to keep UCLA at arm's length. 23-17. UCLA going to try and drive the last possible second, and it's going to be a Boise State victory, 23-17. The Broncos survive. This college football playoff participant gets another big W. First time they've played since the first battle. Ashton Genty, 132 rushing yards and a touchdown. Boise State has their second win. $23-17 is your final. Go. So once again, this huge piece of territory will change hands. Right here. There we go. UCLA is gone. Let's get rid of that pesky little border right there. There we go. Boise State gets to expand their territory just a little bit more. Now they're kind of surrounded by a bunch of very, very difficult to beat teams. And they just got to hope that Oregon comes to them and not the other way around. Meanwhile, UCLA will be knocked off of the wheel here. And we're down to 39. Let's keep going. 14 games to go. TCU or Tulane? It's going to be Tulane. They haven't played in a bit. Let's see who they face here. It's going to be Northwest, and that's going to be Memphis. Big time battle here. Let's see who is going to win. This battle between the two most significant group of 5 teams we've seen in this tournament. Tulane and Memphis. All right, going back into Memphis' stadium here. The Tigers just keep on rolling. They keep on getting hard-fought, close victories. They're looking for their 4th win of the tournament right here. Tulane looking for their 3rd. Maybe a group of 5 team can get an extra life. No matter how difficult it is, I think somebody's going to pull it off eventually, and it might happen in this tournament. Once we finish this up, I might reorder this whole thing based on how many games everyone has played. Just to get a sense of like the big players. We keep going, how close everybody is to extra lives. Let's pop over here. It's going to start out with no score in the first quarter. Tulane gets the first points of the game, a touchdown. 7-0. Memphis ties at 7-7. How will Tulane respond? 10-7. Memphis responds with a touchdown. Tulane needs to get back on the board. 17-13. Memphis responds incredibly quickly and knocks out Tulane 24-17. Crazy last couple of moments there as Memphis wins their 4th game of Imperialism, knocking out the Tulane Green Wave. 195 passing yards and 3 touchdowns to 908. 12. First half anyway. '24. 17. Let's take a look at that last sequence there. So Tulane gets the score. 2:05 to go. On their second play, it's a deep ball to Demir Blankency for a 75-yard touchdown for Memphis. There's the kickoff. Try and score, but it doesn't work. And they kick a field goal at the very end of the game to win 24-17. Tulane is on their way out once again. But they got way further this time, so it's a good Imperialism run for them. 3 games. 2 wins over SEC opponents, but it all ends up being a moot point because they lose to Memphis on the road. Okay. So Memphis just keeps pouring on. Tulane is out of the tournament. They were a huge Cinderella, but now Memphis is our main Cinderella. So Memphis just keeps getting bigger. You gotta take Tulane off the map. Or off the wheel. There they are. 38 teams left. Let's do a quick thing here for the spreadsheet. Let's just move this up. It's mostly for me. Let's just sort the Z through A. There we are. So 15 teams remaining that have not played yet. And there are 23 teams that have. It's a pretty good ratio, honestly. We're doing a good job with that. So now we're going to go over here. And spin the wheel once again. 38 teams to go. Here we go. 13 games left tonight. That is Air Force. It switches over right at the end. Our last military team making it to the top 38. Let's see who Air Force will play here. Do we finally get Colorado? I don't think so, because that's due east. Due east is Wisconsin. So the Badgers looking for their 4th victory of the tournament. Let's see how they choose to play this. Air Force versus Wisconsin. Should be a pretty easy win for the Badgers. We've seen crazier stuff happen, even on the road. All right, Wisconsin playing once again, looking for their 4th victory, taking on the Air Force Falcons, who have not played yet in this tournament. And honestly, this should be a pretty open and shut case for the Badgers if they're serious about contending in this tournament. If they show any signs of weakness here, then I'm going to stop considering them a contender. If they get a 4th W and draw even with Syracuse, Miami, Ohio State, and Memphis, then we can talk. We can absolutely talk. Here we go. A little bit of a Badger jump scare there. Badgers, 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 Badgers. Sorry. Shows my age a little bit that I know the Badgers song. Here we go. Air Force takes a 7-0 lead, but Wisconsin immediately responds with a touchdown. Now they just have to take full control. And they do. 10-7. Air Force trying to get back on the scoreboard. They can at 17-7. Wisconsin trying to run out the clock. 24-7. And that is going to end this ball game. 31-13 is the final. Wisconsin makes quick work of them. (31-13). One more slot. Braden Locke, his stats showed there. I don't really care. I'm just trying to finish this out. I'm going to start with Braden Locke here. 130 passing yards, 1 touchdown. Light work for him. 848 passing yards and 9 scores. John Bouchon, not a great performance. The triple option teams don't really do very well in these tournaments, except for Georgia Tech, but even they lost in their first game this time. So now, I'm going to pop back over to the map real quick. Get this done quickly. There we go. Air Force is gone. Does that mean Wisconsin can move over here? I don't think it does, but let's just double check. Yeah. Their biggest spot is still over here. Okay. Air Force. They've survived this long, but they've been due to lose. And that's where it happens. 37 teams left. Let's keep it going. Oh my God. Wisconsin again. The Badgers will play 2 times in a row, and this is usually where these kinds of magical runs will end. But Wisconsin, it's different. They have 4 wins. 1 more victory here, and they get an extra life. Let's find out if they will play. It's going to be Northeast. Oh boy, we got to double check that. zoom way in here. This right here. Pop this out. From the center of the logo, it's... hold on. It's Eastern Michigan. So that is a gift of a game for Wisconsin, who's looking to secure an extra life and really cement their reputation as an Imperialism frontrunner. All they have to do is beat Eastern Michigan. Let's get it set up. Wee. So here we go. The gray turf of Eastern Michigan is the spot where Wisconsin might be able to earn an extra life and give themselves a massive opportunity at potentially winning this whole thing. As an 87 overall, it's feasible. It's hard, very difficult, but it is possible. Or Eastern Michigan pulls off a massive upset and suddenly owns one of the largest territories in the country. Let's find out which way this goes. Wisconsin starts with a field goal. Eastern Michigan can't respond. Wisconsin's up 10-0. Can they get to 17? That'd be a really great spot to be. They're at 17. This game is essentially over. 24-0. Now it's really over. 27-0. And they're not going to allow a single point on the road. 34-0. Wisconsin earns an extra life. And they are serious contenders now, folks. 34 zip, and they made it look easy. .319 and 4 touchdowns. That's going to be 11, 48, 1167. I don't know how many touchdowns that was. We'll have to go back and check on that. Okay, Braden Locke had one hell of a tournament. And Cole Snyder, not so much. Only 49 yards in that second game. Finishes with 146, no touchdowns. Obviously, they were shut out. We want to eliminate Eastern Michigan. Go. We just keep on pushing forward. Let's pull up the map. There we go. Border here. We're going to stretch that W up a little bit more. And then we are going to give them an extra life. Michigan off of the map. There they are. And we got to give one up to Wisconsin, so they don't really have that. Okay. All good there. All right, let's spin this wheel once again and find out who's going next. 11 games left. All right, I'm progressing at a pretty good clip here. Texas A&M finally going to play. Going back into the state of Texas, back into the SEC. Let's see where the Aggies will play potentially their one and only game. It's going to be Southwest for Texas A&M. And that is going to be Texas. Once again, we're playing this grand old rivalry. And Texas A&M could throw a wrench in the Longhorns' plans here. They have 3 wins. They're looking to defend their title, but they're weak. They're vulnerable. And if Texas A&M can come up with a huge win here, that would really shake things up here. Let's find out if that is what ends up happening. Texas versus Texas A&M. Should be a very even game, although Texas A&M's weakness on offense is probably going to show up here in the Lone Star Showdown. Let's find out how this one will end. Will Texas A&M saw Varsity's horns off? Let's find out together. There's Bevo. Getting amped up as we play in Austin, Texas once again. These two teams that have fight songs dedicated to each other. In hatred, of course. It's just so catchy. It's just one of the best fight songs. So good. And here we go. Let's see if Texas A&M can pull off the upset. They start out with an opening drive touchdown. Texas looking to respond. They do, but it's only a field goal. 7-3. Texas A&M stretches it back to 10, but it's tied at 10. Texas takes the lead 24-17. We're going back and forth and back and forth. 31-17. Texas up by 14. Texas A&M responds with a touchdown. Going at auctioneer speed. 31-31. Still going to the end of the fourth quarter. One of the best games we've had so far. 38-31. And that is going to be the ball game. Lightning speed. When we get to the end, Texas just barely survives, but they took every single punch Texas A&M had. They're going to pick up a tiny little bit of territory. They get their 4th win. They eliminate one of their biggest rivals again in this tournament. 462 yards and 5 touchdowns for Quinn Ewers. Oh my God. 585 plus 462. $1,047. And 10 touchdowns in just 4 games for Quinn Ewers. One of the first games we've had this entire tournament where both teams scored over 30 points. There we go. Another first-time team eliminated. And we just keep on going. Let's go to the map and give just a little bit of territory over to the Longhorns. Goodbye to A&M. And hello to Texas. Just one win away from another extra life. Here. And folks, this is Zoom function, right? Folks, this is your top 35. 10 more teams have to be eliminated here before we finish up for the night. Let's find out which 10 schools that is going to be. Shuffle the wheel and get it going. Up next, it's Syracuse again. Oh my God. The Orange are up again. Is this for an extra life? It is. Oh boy, Syracuse with a chance to win an extra life right here, right now. Let's see if they can pull it off. Due south. What? Southwest just barely. What is that? Okay, I'm not sure who they're playing here. It's either Delaware, maybe Miami, somehow. Let's break out the arrow here. Placed in the center of the logo. Right there. Card extended down. That goes past everything. Just keeps going down. It avoids Delaware entirely. And then I think it just goes off the map. It does. That doesn't touch anything. So it's a respin. That'll be northeast. And that will also be a respin. Syracuse making it difficult on us. And that is going to be northeast, and that is New Hampshire. So Syracuse avoids playing to get their second miss of the tournament. Let's just add that. Two misses, and let's give them New Hampshire. This is an OP spot right now for Syracuse. They just get to keep sitting back there. Can we move their logo back here? No. Kind of, but nah, it's not a good spot. Just gonna keep it here for now. Next we're going to just gotta spin the wheel and do it again. 10 more games left to go tonight. It's not Syracuse this time. It's not Utah. Is it Alabama? It is. Crimson Tide playing now. Let's see where Alabama will go with this one. It's going to be Northwest. I can't tell whether that's Cincinnati or Memphis. Let's find out. Zoom in on the Crimson Tide logo. Put it on the center. Screw that up. Center of the logo. Get the card out again. That is just barely Cincinnati. So Bama versus Cincy. Bearcats are out of extra lives, and now they have to face the Alabama Crimson Tide. They have to pay the piper. And this could be the moment where Alabama jumps into this tournament with both feet and says, "Hello, boys, I'm back." Let's get it set up. Cincinnati versus Alabama. Once again, it'll be at Nippert Stadium, but I don't think that'll make much of a difference with the Crimson Tide. They're used to playing in big-time situations like this. Just give me one moment. All right, we're back. Alabama versus Cincinnati. Let's get it set up. A 95 overall with 94 offense and 94 defense. Cincinnati has their work cut out for them. Let's see if they can pull off a miracle. Here, very late at night. About to hit midnight here. We just gotta keep going. Anyway, Cincinnati marching out here looking to take full control of the tournament by knocking out one of their biggest opponents. Let's find out if they can pull it off. I feel like I might have to go into auctioneer speed here once again. Here we go. Bama gets a field goal. Cincinnati tries to respond. They can't. End of the first quarter, but they do get a touchdown. 7-3, 7-6. 14-6, Cincinnati in control. Alabama retakes the lead 20-14. Cincinnati trying to retake it 28-14. Bearcats have to go quickly 28-21 into the third quarter, 35-21. Cincinnati can't come back, and Alabama, with the help of Ryan Williams, Xavier Brown, and that stacked offensive line, will eliminate the first team to get an extra life in this tournament, the Cincinnati Bearcats, and take full control of their sprawling territory. Jalen Milroe, 197 yards and 2 touchdowns. Wow. What a way for Alabama to enter into this tournament. By knocking out Cincinnati with one punch. Well, if nothing else, Brendan Sorsby will set the mark for a while with 1,548 passing yards and 12 passing touchdowns. He had one hell of a season. Donovan Smith has a record with 14 passing touchdowns, but 12 in 7 games is pretty good. But the front runner's gone. Cincinnati is out. Wisconsin's the only team with an extra life. And Alabama has arrived. Let's update their empire here. Go. Since he's gone. There we go. Knock, knock. Who's there? It's Roll Tide. Alabama has arrived in Imperialism. And they are here to win, folks. Oh boy. With a massive territory shared with Wisconsin. That is going to be one hell of a matchup if we get it at some point. And also, let's make it official here. We got this thing to load. That is the 100th elimination that we have done. Started at about 1:30. It's 12:02 now. Took almost 11 hours to get there, but we made it to 100 eliminations. Shuffle this wheel and keep going. We only have 9 more to do tonight. Let's finish them out. It's going to be Notre Dame. It's going to be one of the most important matchups of the entire tournament. Where will the Irish play? Northwest. I don't know. We're going to have to check on this one. Because it might be Alabama. Let's double check here. Pop this out. Sometimes you got to pop out and show them. From the center of the logo, that goes past Alabama and into Wisconsin. Oh man. The Badgers have an extra life for a reason, because now they have to face Notre Dame. It's in Camp Randall, so Wisconsin still has the advantage, but this is going to be a very difficult game for the Badgers. Here we go. Notre Dame versus Wisconsin. They've wanted an elite matchup, and now they've got one. This should be super fun. Notre Dame versus Wisconsin, the national championship runner-up in real life, going up against the Imperialism frontrunner so far. Who will come out on top? Let's find out as we go to Camp Randall together. The road to championships does begin here. 34 teams left. 100 eliminations have been made. These are the ones that are made. Notre Dame versus Wisconsin. This really is one of those matches I wish survived in the top 25, but we're getting it now. Here we go. Defensive battle, no points in the first quarter. Notre Dame finally gets a touchdown. We go into halftime. Notre Dame trying to finish it out 7-3. Wisconsin trying to get back into it. Third quarter, up 10-7. Notre Dame retakes the lead 14-10. It's going to come around right to the end, and Notre Dame will eliminate Wisconsin's extra life and survive to fight another day. Big, big moment for the Fighting Irish, getting their third victory. And being the first team to take down Wisconsin. Riley Leonard, 151 passing yards, up to 556, and 7 touchdowns over 3 games. And Notre Dame's Big Ten crusade continues. That is their third victory in the Big Ten so far, with the most impressive by far. Wisconsin has their 6th game and their first loss. Braden Locke was held in check, 206 yards and no touchdowns. 1,373 for him. It's going to be a quick update on the map here. 1 up is gone. We keep going. Still 34 teams remaining. We got to get another game in tonight, because of course we do. Colorado State? Nope, it's South Alabama. One of the last remaining group of 5 teams will go to battle. Let's see where they will play. It's going to be Northeast. And that is Auburn. Auburn's still alive here. They've been hiding out down there in the South, but they are still kicking it. And now they get a gift of a group of 5 game, even though they were surrounded by Alabama and Miami. So let's get this one set up now. It's going to be South Alabama versus Auburn to give the Tigers a free victory, or shockingly send them out of the tournament entirely. Let's find out which way this is going to go. There's Auburn. And South Alabama on the other side. Here we go. There's War Eagle once again. It's been a while since we've seen him. Just the distance between that makes you realize how long we've been doing this. Oh my god. South Alabama versus Auburn. Let's see how this one goes. Gonna jump straight into it here. We'll see if the Tigers can make quick work and make this a very fast episode. 3-0 Auburn. Nothing for South Alabama. But they do get a touchdown, and 13-3. Auburn makes it 13-10. Gotta go quickly here, 16-10. South Alabama trying to extend it. Auburn retakes the lead, 17-16. But South Alabama takes it right back, 19-17, 20-19, 31-19, 31-26. Still a couple of seconds left, and Auburn will get a very tough victory, 31-26. They avoid the huge upset at Jordan Hare. And will stay alive, winning their 2nd game of Imperialism. Jarquez Hunter, the star, 83 rushing yards and 2 scores. (31-26). The dub is secured for Auburn. South Alabama will go home empty-handed after really battling Auburn all the way through that. look at the stats here to get the quarterback. Go. All right. Pretty simple victory there. I'm still running out of energy here. But Auburn will take this last little piece of Alabama that was remaining. Expand their territory. They're still at their best right there, unless slightly bigger. Yeah, that'll work. Next, take South Alabama off the wheel. There we go. 33 teams left. God, I'm tired. Here we go. San Diego State. They've avoided playing this entire time. They're way over in the southwest corner. Let's see who they're going to play here. It's going to be Northeast. I believe that's UNLV. Let's take a look. It's close. I think we gotta check it again. From the center of the logo. Still can't see it. In the center of the logo. With the card, I think that's going to be Boise State. That's just barely Boise State. Tough break for San Diego State, but now they have to play one of the best teams remaining in the tournament. Give Boise State an even crazier, more convoluted territory than they already had. Here we go. San Diego State versus Boise State. Mountain West battle for the ages. Let's see if Boise State can survive to earn another victory. I believe it'll be their third of the tournament here. We'll just keep moving forward. And here come the Broncos. Walking into this beautiful stadium onto that iconic patented blue turf. Come out with the hammers. They are ready to smash through anything in their way. Okay. Let's move through this game and let's see if Boise State can survive or if San Diego State pulls off a monumental upset. They do take a 7-0 lead. Boise State going to go back the other way and tie the game at 7 apiece. 14-7 now. Boise State trying to respond. It's going to be halftime. They're going to go into the third quarter. Still haven't responded yet. 14-14. San Diego State going to try and move back the other way. 21-14. Boise State does not have much time left. Going once. Going twice. Tie game. Overtime. 24-21. 32-24. And Boise State is able to get the double overtime victory. 32-24. That one was so crazy. Beautiful buzzer-beating moments from Boise State to stay alive. Maddox Madsen, 232 passing yards and 4 touchdowns. So he moves to 984 on the season and 11 passing touchdowns. $32-24, double overtime. Meanwhile, San Diego State, they really gave Boise State a run for their money, but they could not finish the job. Let's see a quick look at the stats, see how their quarterback did. His name is Danny O'Neal. Finished with 180 passing yards and 2 touchdowns. Not good enough. Just 10 teams remaining that haven't played at all. Well, 11 if you count Boston College. There's 21 teams that have. Good ratio. San Diego State is gone. Did that out of order, I'm sorry. Let's move over here. Go. San Diego State's logo is now gone. Wow. Screwed that up. Let's do that again. There we go. Okay. Boise State expands their territory once again. We've already taken San Diego State off the wheel. 32 teams remain. 7 more eliminations to do tonight to get to the top 25. Here we go. Up next, not Clemson, it's going to be Stanford. They've been hiding out this whole time. And now they must play. Here we go. Nope. Southwest, is that anything? It's not, so nope. Southwest again, nope. Southeast, I think that's Oregon. I think that's going to be essentially a free dub for the Ducks. Over here, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Stanford versus Oregon. It's an old Pac-12 game happening. Let's get it set up. Oregon's had a walk in the park the whole time. Will this game be any different? I sincerely doubt it. Let's go Pac-12 after dark because everywhere is after dark right now. The Duck gets on the bike. Here come all the Oregon Duck players, all hitting that "Just Do It" sign. Starting on the bike, and the Oregon Ducks have arrived at Autzen Stadium. Dylan Gabriel and company sprint out, ready to play some serious football here against the Stanford Cardinal, owner of the smallest territory left in this tournament. We'll see if Oregon can finish them off quickly to keep this run towards a possible Imperialism National Championship going. Stanford starts with 3-0, 5-0 after getting a safety. Oregon responds with a field goal. Oregon going back the other way. It's going to be 10-5. They still have the lead. Can they make it a large lead? Yes, they can. 17-5. Can Stanford respond? No, they cannot. Can they respond? No, they cannot. Can they respond? No, they cannot. Oregon makes it 20-5. End of the third quarter. 20-12. They get a last-minute drive to try and put it back together, but it's too little too late. 20-12. Oregon gets the victory to move into the top 31. Their third victory of Imperialism. It was tight, but they got it done. Just get some stats down here real quick. Stanford's quarterback, Ashton Daniels, at 146 passing yards and 1 touchdown. Not good enough to beat the Ducks. Meanwhile, Dylan Gabriel, 207 yards and 2 touchdowns. That brings him to 728 yards and 9 touchdowns on the season. Go to the map to make this tiny little bloop of an edit. There we go. And Stanford's gone. We keep going. We did it right. Can't really do anything about Oregon's logo there. About as big as it can be right now. And Stanford is out. Gonna shuffle again. Here we go. The sounds are kind of gone, but that's fine. There we go. They all load at the same time, which is great. And maybe do some refreshes here. Syracuse is going to go in, but before we do anything else, we're going to refresh this wheel. Syracuse did get landed on. We're going to save this. Is that gonna work? Refresh. Let's get rid of all the ads it's been saving for the past 5 hours. There we go. Finds a way to screw it up. And it does, because of course it does. I don't know why it thinks that's necessary. It's gone. Everything else is the same. Good. Reload that image. Try that again. Right in there. Perfect. Okay. So Syracuse got landed on. Let's spin the arrow to see where the orange will play. For a right to get an extra life. Northwest. They do not share a border with Wisconsin, so we're going to respin. Straight east. With a slight bit of northern edge. Might be Boston College. Let's take a look. I'm gonna move it over here. Pop that down. Put it in the center. A little bit more. Let's get the card out. That's going to hit UConn. So it's Syracuse versus UConn for the final spot in the top 30. and to give Syracuse an extra life. Here we go. Very consequential game as we're getting down to the end here. Syracuse versus UConn. Let's see if the Orange can get one more victory here to secure that all-important extra life in the next stage of the game. Because it essentially gives them 2 tries at Penn State, which would be a huge bonus to have. UConn versus Syracuse for a right to move on to the top 30. Let's see who is going to get the win here. Can UConn pull off the massive upset? Syracuse gets a touchdown. UConn will try and respond. They won't. But they're moving forward. They do get the touchdown. It's going to be 7-7. Stop. Siri turned on for some reason. 14-7. Stop. Okay. 17-14. We're still going. 24-14, Syracuse trying to put it away. 27-14, and that is going to be the ball game. Syracuse gets the win and the extra life, taking out the UConn Huskies 27-14. Quinta Allen with another huge game. UConn will be eliminated. Stats here at the end of this game. Joe Fagnano with 229 passing yards. It's with 463 and 6 touchdowns in this ball game. Good showing over 2 games for him. Meanwhile, Kyle McCord securing his team the extra life they needed in just enough. 9, it's going to be now, let's give Syracuse that little bit of extra territory and an extra life. Goes. We go. Syracuse gonna really stretch out here. And we can give him a 1-up. So there it is. This is your top 30. 5 games left tonight. Let's make them count. Here we go. UConn will be taken off the wheel right there. Shuffle it and get going. Is it Michigan? Is it Memphis? It's going to be Michigan. Playing once again, they've dominated the 2 teams they've played. Who will they take on right now? Southeast. It's probably Wisconsin, but we got to double check it. You can never be too sure in moments like this. Pop this up, and from the center of the Michigan logo, I actually don't know. This is the spot. Got to get the card out. That is going to go into Ohio State's territory, which means we have to reprise the game right before the top 25. And before I go to bed, this could decide the national championship of Marathon Imperialism. Lord, please. If this is Michigan again, that would be so funny. I don't think it will be, because Ohio State seems to be on a mission this time. Let's see if Ohio State can finally beat their hated rival to keep their journey going and knock out one of the most dangerous teams in this tournament. Ohio State at home. Michigan on the road once again, where they've been so comfortable, both in season-long Imperialism and in this Imperialism. The game. It's going to happen at night. Doesn't usually happen at night, but it's going to happen at night today. Oh my God, we're so close. Getting ready to dot the I here. This incredibly charged rivalry will have another important chapter here. We got somebody just subscribed. Thank you for that. Getting close to 100 subscribers. That's a pretty big deal. Here come the Ohio State Buckeyes. I mean, the band is dressed in black. They're so ready. Michigan looking for another huge upset of the Buckeyes. Michigan was the runners-up, arguably should have been the champion in season-long Imperialism. And the Buckeyes are your undisputed national champions in real life. And this has to be in Super Sim based on the rules we set. So we cannot jump in. Here we go. Ohio State starts with a touchdown. Michigan responds and ties it at 7. Ohio State trying to jump back into it. They will not. It's going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Nobody scoring. Going to halftime, 10-7 Ohio State. Michigan trying to respond. They cannot do it. It's going to be a punt. Going back the other way, 13-7. Ohio State still in the lead, 13-7. It's going to go back and forth. 1 minute to go. Can Michigan get a last-second touchdown? They do not. Ohio State with the stop, and they beat their rivals. Michigan will not go on the insane run that they did during season-long Imperialism. It ends right here. Ohio State gets the victory. And an extra... Oh. That's their extra life. Oh my God, it was for an extra life. Oh man. I'm getting a little delirious here because I've been doing this since 1 o'clock p.m. today. But... oh my God, 13-7. What an insane way to finish that off. Will Howard, how'd he play? 88 yards. We also had Devin Brown come in near the end. Unbelievable. Only 88 yards passing and Ohio State still wins. How many sacks? I don't think he was sacked. So it's going to be 728. No touchdowns. They held Michigan to 7 points. That's unbelievable. Davis Warren had 167 passing yards and a touchdown. So that's going to take him to 494. 5. And it eliminates Michigan from the tournament. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Switch these right there. My goodness, this is going to be an impactful change to the map. Here we go. Michigan has been eliminated. Ohio State picks up their territory. Can't really move logos. But the most important thing they do pick up is an extra life that they'll place right in Michigan's territory. Unbelievable. Oopsie. Yeah, there we go. Oh my goodness, what a crazy game. Buckeyes survive. We are down to 29 teams. Michigan is out. And I think I forgot to show that on the map. That's my bad. There's what it looks like now. I forgot to show it. That's... Ugh, God. It shows how tired I am. Huh. Ohio State's still going. And now, with Michigan gone, we got to shuffle the wheel and go again. Just 4 games left tonight. We've been going nonstop except for a couple meals. Notre Dame? It's Notre Dame. Okay. Who will the Fighting Irish play here? It's going to be straight up. And a little bit left. But it doesn't matter because that's still Ohio State. So we get back-to-back huge games out in the Rust Belt. Ohio State just beat Michigan. They have an extra life just in case Notre Dame does beat them here. So it's a rematch of the national championship at the Shoe with a whole lot on the line. Let's get it set up. For those of you who've stuck around for this long, you're getting all the good games now. Ohio State at home once again. And Notre Dame on the opposite sideline. This should be fun. All right, Notre Dame versus Ohio State. If Notre Dame wins, they survive, and they take Ohio State's they eliminate Ohio State's extra life. Buckeyes would also survive in that case. And we have to stay up even later to do another game. Will Howard and the Buckeyes getting ready to go. This crazy expensive $20 million roster, which cannot be eliminated here. But they're going to try and roll through and get a big-time victory anyway. Because getting rid of Notre Dame would just keep clearing the path. They still have Alabama and Wisconsin right near them, so their path is very difficult still. But they think they have what it takes. They're getting hot at the right time. They beat Michigan, which is the one team that really has their number. Let's see if they can finish this out. Ohio State starts with a touchdown. Notre Dame going to try and go the other way. They cannot get a score. It's going to be 14-0 Ohio State. 14-7 Notre Dame keeping it close. Ohio State gets it to 21-7. It looks just the same as the national championship, 28-14. Too little too late for Notre Dame. They make it 35-21. 2 minutes to go. They can't do anything. 38-28. That is your ball game. Notre Dame has been eliminated, and Ohio State is the first team to get to 6 victories in this tournament. It was a battle, but they pulled it off. Wisconsin goes to the top. Emeka Egbuka, 223 yards and 3 touchdowns. I think that's the record for a receiver during Marathon Imperialism. I mean, they started out. They had 3 wins against a group of 5 teams. They took out Cincinnati, Michigan, and Notre Dame back to back to back to really prove that they are here to stay. Let's take a look at those stats to see how the quarterbacks did. Will Howard, 337 yards and 4 touchdowns. It's going to be 1,055 1058, 1065. And 11 touchdowns for him. Riley Leonard. It was their 4th game. It's a loss. Just like in the national championship game. But Riley Leonard finishes with 278 yards, only 1 touchdown. 834. 8. Notre Dame has been eliminated. Just fix this little thing real quick. Back over here. This is a major moment. Notre Dame is out. And Ohio State has drastically expanded their territory. We're going to pop this one up mushroom here for a second. Just get a little bit smaller. Let's see. We're really going to expand this logo out here. They have the space too. Expand deep into Michigan's territory, and there is your new frontrunner with an extra life. The Ohio State Buckeyes. Just keep going. Did Notre Dame beat Wisconsin? Is that what happened? Yeah, they beat Wisconsin. It ended up not mattering. Heartbreaking for Notre Dame, really. Now we just keep going. We're going to knock Notre Dame out. Shuffle it once again, and here we go. 3 games left tonight. So close to being done. It's Boise State again. We'll see if they can pick up some extra territory here, possibly, or is their logo not? It's really hard. Let's see what happens anyway, though. Nope, it's going to be Southeast. And that is going to be UNLV, so it should be... It could be an easy victory. UNLV might keep this close, though. Another Mountain West battle for Boise State. Is this for an extra life? It is not, because Boise State's only won 3 games so far. It'll be Boise State against UNLV. Rebels have made it this whole way without landing on the wheel once. All right, UNLV and Boise State. Here we go. Red versus blue. And UNLV, it's Allegiant Stadium, so a cool place for Ashton Genty to play some football. He might go to the Raiders. I don't know. All right, it's a gorgeous NFL quality, multi-billion-dollar stadium where UNLV plies their trade. And here come the running Rebels, sprinting out of the tunnel into this beautiful stadium, with the fire of Al Davis burning behind them, as the Boise State Broncos enter the stadium looking to earn their 4th victory of Imperialism and cement their status as another front runner. This whole tournament has been very, very even. Lots of front running contenders, and they've all kind of stayed into the top 30 here and stayed alive. UNLV takes the lead 7-0. Boise State responds with a field goal, but they got to get more. They do. 7-6, but they still don't have the lead. UNLV does expand on the lead. It's going to be 10-6. Halftime, 17-6. Boise State in trouble, 24-6, 24-13, 31-13. And UNLV is going to get the upset win over Boise State to take their territory. Oh my goodness. Ashton Genty's out. Oh my god. I read Tyler Fernandez 201 passing yards and 3 scores. Huge upset win for UNLV. Let's take a look at those stats again. And that has to be heartbreaking for the Broncos. Once again, they fall short of an extra life, and they fall short of a true shot at a national championship. Michigan, Notre Dame, and Boise State get eliminated back to back to back. Unbelievable. .249 yards and a touchdown. So that's going to be 16. 12 touchdowns. Damn. Really like Boise State, but they fall short again. Nine teams left that haven't played. Still a pretty healthy ratio. Let's update the map because UNLV suddenly controls one of the largest territories in the country. There we go. Boise State is gone. There we go. UNLV just stretching out their muscles to really expand out into that territory. They own Las Vegas. They own Idaho. They own a part of Washington. They own most of Utah. They own a lot of California. The entire state of Nevada is theirs. UNLV really shaking things up with that play. Boise State is out. 2 more games tonight. First up is... Oh, it switches over to Miami at the very, very end. Let's see where the Hurricanes are going to play here. South, that's nowhere. Nobody down there. But we can do a quick little shift over. Just to grab that extra island we forgot. Again. Southwest is no one. Northwest, that is going to be Auburn. I don't think Auburn fans are going to be happy with that draw, but it was going to happen at some point. All they had left were 3 very difficult opponents. Now they're going to have to play one of them. Miami versus Auburn. It will happen at Jordan-Hare, so they do get that advantage, but Miami has the better roster. Nope. Both teams have the exact same level of defense. This should be a very good game. Will we get another miracle at Jordan-Hare? We just might. That would certainly shake things up. As Miami has to face a legitimate SEC opponent to try and stay alive. War Eagle going once again. Flying through the night sky as the fireworks fly out. That has to be scary for that bird, honestly. Here we go. Miami versus Auburn. Let's see how it goes. Very, very consequential game. Here we go. Miami starts with a field goal. Auburn goes the other way and ties it 3-3. Auburn takes a 10-3 lead. Miami in deep trouble, 17-3. Can they respond? I don't think they can. 20-3. Auburn taking full advantage, 23-3. They just keep on hitting and hitting and hitting and hitting and hitting. 26-9, 29-9. 2 minutes to go. It's too late. Auburn takes down Miami. We do get a miracle at Jordan-Hare. The Miami Hurricanes have been knocked out of this tournament. 291 passing touchdown yards and 2 touchdowns for Peyton Thorne. Biggest game of his life. 742. And 4 touchdowns on the year now. 29-9. Miami completely craps the bed again. Is anyone surprised? On the threshold of an extra life, and they completely screw the pooch. They were looking strong. Doesn't matter. Let's get Cam Ward's final stat line here. Oh my God, just awful. 91 passing yards. No touchdowns. Really, he should not be the number one overall pick if we're taking it from these stats. Lordy, Miami is out. And look at the teams that we've lost. Michigan, Notre Dame, Boise State, and Miami in back-to-back-to-back-to-back games. Imperialism doesn't care about anybody's feelings. Nobody's feelings. All right. Last game of the night, I think. First, we just got to update the map with a pretty significant update. Miami has been eliminated by Auburn. Wow. I said, who needs an Iron Bowl? We'll go out and win the whole dang thing ourselves. There it is. All right. Auburn has their territory. Setting up for a potential Iron Bowl with Alabama. Miami's out of the tournament. Last game of the night. Here we go. Not Colorado. It will be Ohio State. They have an extra life, so they can't be eliminated tonight. Unless they play twice in a row. But it's either Wisconsin or Alabama. The choices are very limited for the Buckeyes here. Where will it go? It's going to be Northwest. And that will take them to Wisconsin. A massive Big Ten matchup right here. So determine the last spot in the top 25. Here we go. Ohio State traveling to Camp Randall to try and capture the largest territory in the country. Let's make it happen. Ohio State versus Wisconsin. This is what Wisconsin's been building for this entire time. They're going to wish they still had that extra life, because Ohio State can eliminate them from the tournament right now. But these are the games they had to win. They have to win if they want a shot at the Natty. So let's see if they have what it takes. Camp Randall, once again the site of a very, very significant game. Braden Locke has been playing better than ever this year. Almost 1,400 passing yards and 12 touchdowns. They've got wins over Northern Illinois, Minnesota, Kansas State, Air Force, Eastern Michigan, and they lost to Notre Dame. They don't have that many good victories on their lineup, but Ohio State does. They've beaten Cincinnati, Michigan, and Notre Dame in 3 consecutive wins. And now they can take down Wisconsin to complete the quadra kill. Here we go. Auctioneer time. Wisconsin take a 3-0 lead. 10-0 lead. Can they actually take Ohio State's extra life? Going back and forth. Ohio State still has a score. We go to halftime. They finally get a little bit of a field goal. 10-3. Can they tie it up? No. End of the third quarter. Last chance for Ohio State. They tie it at 10. Wisconsin moving the other way. They're going to try and get a field goal. They do. 13-10. There goes the extra life. Wisconsin takes down Ohio State. An amazing upset. They take advantage of the home field advantage. 108 rushing yards and a touchdown for Tawee Walker. Unbelievable. Ohio State has their first loss. They lose their extra life as they go into the top 25. They go in with matching records. And they take Ohio State's extra life. That is incredible. Let's take a look at these stats here. Braden Locke, only 145 passing yards, but it was enough. 27, that's 428, 528 passing yards. Meanwhile, Will Howard, 139 and 1 score. 1204 and 12 touchdowns. Stat lines are almost the same. The records are almost exactly the same. But Wisconsin has the tiebreaker. So now we go back to the map for the last time tonight. And all we have to do is delete the extra life. Oh, wait, no, we do have to do one more game tonight. Oh, my God. So, Ohio State, who never actually got that update, so it's fine. There we go. We're going to shuffle. Still at 26. We have one more game. One more game to do tonight. And it is going to be Clemson as our last team of the tournament. Our last team of the night. It's either Virginia Tech, Alabama, or Auburn that they could face here. Let's spin this arrow and find out. It's going to be Northwest. That's going to be Virginia Tech. Big game to finish out. Neither team has an extra life. So this is actually where we are going to finish out. Here we go. Clemson versus Virginia Tech. An all-time ACC showdown to end the night. Go. Here we go. Last game of the night is Clemson versus Virginia Tech. Let's end on a high note. All the cadets in the crowd absolutely loving this atmosphere. And here they come. It's Enter Sandman, or royalty-free Enter Sandman at night. It's 1:06 a.m. I was planning on going until 2:30, but we're just going to finish it out here and then come back tomorrow afternoon to get the last couple games done. Do it here. Clemson versus Virginia Tech. Who is going to survive the top 25? We find out right now. No score in the first quarter. Defenses are playing well. 3-0 Clemson. Virginia Tech goes the other way. Can't get a touchdown. They're going back and forth again. 6-0 at halftime. Clemson taking full control. Virginia Tech can't find anything. End of the third quarter. This is going to be a 9-0 shutout. 17-0, 20-0, 23-0. A shutout at home for Virginia Tech. They are dumbfounded. Clemson slams the door shut with 17 fourth quarter points. It's only their second win of Imperialism, but it's a huge one. They've beaten Georgia and Virginia Tech to get here. 23-0. Wow. Nothing else to be said. Virginia Tech is the last team to be eliminated in the night. Let's take a look at the stat lines. Kyron Drones only 89 passing yards. They looked so good until they weren't. One more map at it. Logo way bigger. And there we go. Folks, this is your map. This is your top 25. Oregon, UNLV, USC, who hasn't played yet, Hawaii, Utah, Utah State. I think it's their territory. Weird. This is a really small territory. Colorado State, Colorado, Texas, North Texas, TCU, Texas State, Rice, Memphis, Alabama, Wisconsin, Ohio State, Kent State, West Virginia, James Madison, Clemson, Auburn, Syracuse, Penn State, Rutgers, and Boston College. That is your top 25. Those are the teams we will be seeing tomorrow afternoon. If you want to come back in and watch, we are going to be right back here to finish this out. Slightly different rules. If the game is within one possession with 3 minutes to go, we hop in and we watch. We're sure to get a bunch of classics as we whittle down from 25 all the way to a national champion. It is a marathon, but I got to get some sleep. So that's going to be where we finish out after 5 hours. Oh my God.